All right, we're on the record now. Good morning.
Morning.
This is the time set for an original hearing. Do you pronounce it Shani?
Shani?
Shani? Shani Bradford, is that you?
Yes.
Do you know your offender number?
236224.
Very good. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that you will tell the truth today?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Bradford, did you receive 7 days written notice about this hearing?
Yes.
And it looks like you have the blue disclosure paperwork.
Yeah, there's just some inconsistencies on there that I want to explain to the board.
Yep, that's what we're doing now. So you read it, right?
Yeah.
And you found some things that were inconsistent. Is that right?
Yes.
Tell me what those things are.
Like for the negative C notes where it says I was exposing myself to the officers, I had never done that,
So never done that ever?
ever.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, there's a few things. So we got this negative, the C notes. The active goals for mental health and cell cleans, it was started. I work with a member of the staff, Josh, to make sure my cell is clean. I do worksheets to make sure my cell is clean. So that was started and I've been doing very good with it.
Great.
And the criminal history is complete. We're free from criminal behavior is complete. I always do good in prison. And education, I have been trying. I've been studying on the tablets, like for my CNA, certified nurse's assistant. So when I get out, I can work for the same company my mom works for in Logan.
Okay.
So I studied that and all I need to do is take the test. And so I can do that when I get out.
Well, that sounds great.
Yeah.
So here's the question. Are you ready to go forward with the hearing? Or do you need to cancel this hearing so you
I'm ready
can?
to go forward.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. This is your first time in prison?
Yes.
Let me tell you what we'll do in this hearing. We'll talk a little bit about the offenses. We'll talk about what you've been doing in prison. And we'll talk about your release plans.
Okay.
That sound fair
Yes.
to you? And how are you doing this morning?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good.
It's a little cold
Yeah.
outside, right?
Yeah.
Now you're here for being in a stolen car.
Yeah, and one of the charges that I got dropped, we got finished with the assault by prisoner. They just gave me time served, and it's still on the blue packet that I'm being charged with it. Even though I sent the board a letter saying that we resolved it.
So there's one assault by a prisoner that you're here for, that you were sentenced for. There's another assault by a prisoner where the court dropped it to a Class A and gave you credit for time served. Is that the one you mean?
Yeah, but I don't know why there's two.
Oh, those were two different things.
Oh, the first one was from Weber Jail and they dropped it too.
Let's see. Well, I guess the question is, did you assault the officer?
Well, I was hallucinating and hearing things because of meth. So
Okay.
they just dropped the chart, or I can't remember what happened, but they they just gave me some time served out of Weber for
Okay.
assaulting the officer there.
Okay, thanks for telling me that.
And here, the assault prisoner here, they just gave me time served and it was resolved.
Sure.
'Cause I was hearing voices because of meth.
How you doing hearing voices?
I don't hear voices anymore because I quit using meth.
So, hearing voices was only when you're using meth?
Yeah.
Well, I guess if that was me, I'd quit using meth,
Me too.
right? When you hear the voices, is it pleasant? Is it a good experience?
It's very scary.
So you're happy that you don't hear the voices now?
Yes.
That's probably also because your medication helps you, right?
I think it's just because I quit meth.
Okay. In the packet, it said that you use meth. When did you get started?
When I was 17,
Was that just because that's what people were doing?
well, I was in foster care when I was 16, and then they made me move back to my dad's, and it wasn't very good for me. So I just started to leave my house and use drugs. So 17 was when I started using meth.
Okay, and why were you doing that?
It was hard for me leaving my foster house.
Okay. So did this help you feel better?
Yeah,
But I guess it turned out to be a bad thing when you were hearing the voices.
yeah.
Was there anything else that was bad about using meth?
It's just bad for your body.
Doesn't make you healthy, right?
Right.
How would you describe your mental health situation now?
Good. I don't have any problems with my mental health. I don't have any mental illnesses.
So good, no problems, no mental illness. Are you taking any meds?
Yes, I'm taking lithium.
Is that helpful?
It stopped working. I don't like it anymore. I don't think I need it. But I'm taking it because that's what the prison people want me to do.
When you get out and nobody tells you to take it anymore, what do you think you'll do?
I think I'll consult with the doctor to see what I need.
So you'll do what doctor says?
Yeah.
Do you have anything set up? Any plans on seeing a doctor, who it would be?
Yes. At Bear River Mental Health. That's the mental health clinic in Logan. I'm trying to move home to Logan with my mom. Because I really miss my mom and I want to be around her.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to move home with my mom in Logan, and Bear River Mental Health has my therapist there.
Okay. Have you done any programming here in the prison?
Yeah, I've done my drug and alcohol programming on the tablet and CBT um uh um therapy sessions, goal like for like one-on-one and in a classroom setting too. And then I have these. Can I show them to you?
Tell me what they are.
My certificate for attendance and completion of the recreational therapy big yard walking group, October, December 2024.
Okay.
and then this is another therapy, responsible thinking. I didn't finish it, but I didn't write in all the answers, but I finished this yesterday.
Oh, that's great. Were these things helpful or were they just something to keep you busy?
It's helpful.
Tell me how they are helpful.
They help me with my thinking and thinking errors and get rid of thinking errors.
What kind of thinking errors have you learned about?
Just like saying, oh, I didn't hurt anyone when I was committing a crime, and I should be able to commit the crimes and stuff like that.
So if you steal a car, does that hurt anyone?
Even though it doesn't hurt anyone directly, it still causes um sadness to somebody.
And I guess they might be upset that they don't have their car around to
Yeah.
use. Okay. Now, let me ask you about these disciplinary violations. There's one for fighting in October of 2023. Did that happen?
I think that was with the cop. So yeah.
Okay. Why did it happen?
I was hearing voices on meth, but this was before the voices went away.
Do the voices tell you to hurt people or get in fights, or what do the voices say?
Yeah, they tell me to hurt people and get in fights.
Well, that's scary.
Yeah.
Hiding medication for another one. Did that happen?
No, it didn't. Um, I just dropped my pill, and so I was trying to tell them that I couldn't find it, and they didn't listen to me.
Okay.
They said they were gonna come search my cell for it, but they didn't.
Um,
So I went without medication that day.
and then October of this last year, this may have been what you mentioned before, for exposing yourself to two male officers.
Yeah, I had a shirt on that had a rip in it, and I forgot that the shirt was like that way around, so it made me throw away the shirt. But they understood that it was a accident.
So not on purpose.
Right.
Okay. And then you said there's a bunch of C notes talking about you exposing yourself to various people and
Yeah, and I've never done any of them.
okay. Do you think that you have changed since you've come to prison?
Um,
Have you made
Yes.
any changes?
yes.
Tell me what they are and how you've changed.
I used to have thinking errors, and now I don't have thinking errors anymore.
Okay. What did you do to change that?
I just work on my thoughts and make sure I don't have any negative thoughts.
So no negative thoughts. You told me you want to live with your mom in Logan.
Yes.
How will you support yourself?
Um, I I can work. I tried to get my resume printed off from the tablet, but I forgot to ask. Um, I'm a computer science major. I want to start that in Logan at USU. And so I've worked with computers and software And that's the longest job I've had for a year. So I could work at a call center or a restaurant. I've done a lot of restaurant work too. In Logan, and I really want to get my CNA certification so I can work with my mom and her with her company, CNA company.
Mhm.
They go to um uh, like elderly people's houses and assist them and with their daily needs.
Okay. Do you want to be released on parole or would you rather stay here?
I want to be released on parole.
Okay. Now, you probably know this already. Your guidelines are about 4 months from now. Do you know that?
No, what does that mean?
So you have what's called a guideline, a sentencing guideline, which is not a mandatory date, but kind of a target. So your guideline date is May 17th of this year,
Okay,
about 4 months from now.
okay,
That doesn't mean the board has to let you out then, but it's kind of a target date.
oh, okay,
In order for the board to consider letting you out, you'll need to keep taking your medication and stay out of trouble.
plan on that.
Can you do those two
Yeah.
things?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything else the board needs to know, or have we talked about everything?
Um, on this page 2 of 17, and it says education, family, marital. I have developed and maintained healthy, fulfilling, and supportive family and our spousal relationships. That one's complete too. And leisure recreation, that one's complete. Companions, that one's complete. Alcohol, drug problems, that one's complete.
So you've completed all your caps?
Yeah.
Thanks for telling me that. So it sounds like we've now talked about everything, is that right?
Yeah.
Let me tell you what happens next. You don't receive a answer today.
Okay.
At least 3 members of the board must agree on what happens next, whether that's parole or a rehearing or something else. That decision usually takes a couple weeks or maybe a month.
Okay.
Make sense?
I thought it was like 10 days.
No.
Okay.
It could be. Whoa. Hang on just a second. I want to make sure that we've answered all your questions. It could be in 10 days, but it might be a little bit longer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you have any other questions about that?
No.
All right. How do you feel the hearing went?
Very good.
You're happy about the way it went?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for talking to me, and we'll end the hearing now.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're on the record now. This is the original hearing for Anthony OLIVA-OLSTEN. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you know your offender number?
240493.
Very good. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand as much as you can.
Like right
Got it
now?
raised? Okay. Do you promise that you will tell the truth today?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, put your hand down. Did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
Of coming aboard today?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Okay, how, were you just surprised this morning and told you had a hearing, or did you know about it ahead of time?
I've been knowing about it for about a month and a half now.
Okay. So someone told you about it.
Yes.
Did you receive blue disclosure paperwork?
Yes.
Did you review it?
Yes.
Was it all fine?
Yes.
Are you ready to go forward, or do you need more time to prepare?
I'm ready to go forward, sir.
Okay. How are you doing this morning?
I'm all right, sir.
You thinking clearly?
Yes.
Good. You were sentenced to prison for assault by a prisoner. Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
You assaulted an officer?
Yes.
Can you help me understand why you did that?
It's just based on impulse.
Impulse? Were you mad or upset?
Uh, no. Either or.
What?
Either or, none.
None? Was there a reason for it?
No.
Okay. Were you hearing any voices that told you to do this?
No voices whatsoever, sir.
Okay. Thanks for helping me understand your point of view. That's helpful. So no reason for it, just impulse.
Yes.
Looks like you've had some issues with drugs, some convictions for having drugs. Is that right?
Yes.
What kind of drugs were those?
One that I was really gonna come to prison for was a dirty drug test on crystal,
Meth?
which I'm ashamed of.
How often were you using meth back then?
Not that often, sir.
Once in a while?
Hardly ever. I'm really ashamed of it, sir. I was hoping maybe I could try to get that charge expunged, being a drug charge.
Well, that's something that you can look into. Why were you using meth? Was it for any particular reason?
No reason, sir.
Just something to do?
Something to do.
And you're a member of one of the Serenos organizations?
I dropped out. I'm modified now.
When did you drop out?
And I pieced it up in Nevada, in Southern Desert Correctional Center, which happens to also be a state prison. And when I came over here to this prison, I talked to, I'm not really sure what officers they were, but we were in a room. Told them I dropped out and I would like to be modified.
Okay, so you dropped out in Nevada?
Yes.
How come you dropped out?
I want to prove to my dad that I was serious about doing good.
About, about what?
About doing good.
Okay. Are you on forced medication?
Yes, I am.
How do you feel about that? Are you happy that you're taking meds, or are you just doing it because you're forced to?
Doing it because I'm forced to, but I'm also going to classes right now. I'm in a situation where I'm on TRO, so hoping I would be able to attend the next class on Friday. And it's a step to getting off force meds. It wouldn't necessarily take me off the Invega, which I'm on right now, but it's like some type of step forward.
So you're working to get off forced meds.
Yes.
Do you want to keep taking some kind of medication after that?
I would like to not take any medications if I had a decision at all.
So you'd prefer to take nothing?
Take nothing.
Tell me why you don't want to take medication.
Oh, the Invega right now, it's really strong on me. It has a lot of negative side effects where I'm pacing up and down my cell about 16 hours a day. And I can't work out. And I also believe if I were to get released like today or within 2 months, that I would not be able to maintain a job because it's that strong on me.
What does it do that would keep you from working?
Um, it's just like I wouldn't say less motivation. It like takes out a lot of energy out of you that you have like, without the force med.
So you feel like you have no energy?
If that's what it is, I can't really describe it. Like what would have it in me where I'm just telling myself I wouldn't be able to have a job. It's like maybe if I was working, I would continue working. I would like lose focus or as well as energy. But I can no longer work for the rest of the day. That's how strong it is on me.
Okay, how do you feel your mental health is now?
Um, it's in an all right state of mind, I would say, but due to the forced meds, it has like an impact on my mental health. Where I'm hoping one day to get off these forced meds.
How is your physical health?
Um, Usually it's in better condition, but right now it's I would say poorly because I haven't been able to work out because of the forced meds.
Have you been able to do any programming in the prison?
Since I've been in Bear One, I was sending out messages on the tablet as well as red envelopes to my caseworkers. And I was requesting to get in CBT and MRT, which the board of partners had me on to do. And I kept getting a lot of answers back saying you get a message on the tablet the day you begin the classes for MRT and CBT, but I never did. So the classes they've been unavailable to me. But I've been trying from Bear One to Bear Two to Antelope to right here in Kern where they just have been unavailable to me.
Okay. So you've tried to get into CBT. Anything else?
As well as MRT.
What?
As well as MRT.
Okay. You think those would be helpful? Or you just were told to do it, so that's why you'll do it?
I got capped on it, so I was just gonna make it my job to go to those classes and get them done. As far as what they teach, I wouldn't know like what it would help me on. No
Okay.
offense.
That's fair. Now, there are 9 disciplinary violations from the last year. Can you tell me what's going on? Why are there all these violations?
Since I had went to Antelope, I know I was doing really well in the yard, going to corner and coming back. But ever since I had taken a trip, you can say to Antelope, it's where I had a downfall where I was getting these multiple write-ups back to back. And just recently I had picked myself up where I haven't been getting no write-ups from like here to August, with one exception. I had got one write-up in November because I was on DR, so I was only allowed to come out for 15 minutes and it was for a shower. So I wasn't able to get like my whole shower in and the COs had told me to come out. And I had ended up taking a longer shower than necessary. And I apologized to the officer for giving me the write-up in November. And I made sure that I never took a longer shower than I should after that.
What about the ones for assaulting officers and having weapons?
Um, so in the officer, That's also a case closed that won't be used against me, will it?
Well, they're disciplinary violations that the board knows about.
Yeah.
So let me ask it this way. Do you see why the board would be concerned that someone in prison for assaulting an officer keeps assaulting officers?
Yeah, but I had also went to the court for it, and it was taken care of in the courtroom where they case closed it, and last one was case closed. They said it can't be used against you when you go to the parole board. I don't know.
Well, you're not in prison for it, but it's not a secret, right? It's not hidden. We know about it. It's on your record. So were these all because of impulse, or was there a reason to assault these officers?
It was one officer, Sergeant Carr, and I apologize to him as well. It was on impulse as well, sir.
Do you think you've changed since you've come to prison?
Yes.
Tell me how you've changed.
With that one exception, that write-up I got, I'm no longer doing that anymore. Haven't, and when I came to prison, I got like some write-ups that don't look too good for me. I'm hoping they can be overlooked. I'm sorry, sir. I'm just doing really terrible right now in this condition on these sports meds.
There's nothing for you to apologize to me for. It's helpful for me to talk to you.
I've been keeping in touch with my family and my grandmother and my dad. And I believe it's important to keep in touch with my loved ones.
Where would you live if you were released?
At a halfway house.
And you would work in construction or a warehouse?
I would love construction, sir, and I'm hoping that I can get off these forced meds. And what I would really like to do is go to the halfway house in Ogden, Nuke, and work at the cookie factory. Sorry, sir. It's like a dream to me.
And do what?
Work at the cookie factory.
Okay. So the cookie factory?
Yes.
What kind of cookie would you like to make the most there?
Chocolate chip cookies.
Are those the best ones?
Yes.
What's your favorite kind?
A lot of cookies. I love my Nana's cookies. I know they have grandma's cookies, but nobody's ever tried my Nana's cookies. I don't know.
The frosted ones?
She makes multiple cookies.
Okay. Is there anything else the board needs to know, or have we talked about it all?
I'm hoping if worst comes to worst and I do get denied, which I hope I can get granted parole, that it can go back to where I come back to my next parole, like 6 months, or yeah, my parole partner's the next one I come to. If it can come to 6 months or less.
So if there's a rehearing, you would prefer 6 months or less?
Less, yes, sir.
All right, and it sounds like we've talked about everything else.
Yes.
You don't receive an answer to whether you're getting parole or not today. At least 3 members of the board must agree, and that decision can take a few weeks or even a month or so. Do you have any questions about that?
No, sir.
So one thing that I'm going to ask you to do is no more assaulting officers, okay?
Yes, sir.
You agree that that's something you can do?
Yes, sir.
Because if there are more assaults against officers, you won't be getting out. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So no more assaulting officers, right?
Yes.
You'll be good and do what you need to do?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thanks for talking to me this morning, and we'll end the hearing now.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning. We're on the record now. This is the time set for a parole violation original hearing for Yolanda Sandoval. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Do you know your offender number?
207324.
Very good. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. You promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Very good. Ms. Sandoval, did you receive at least 7 days written notice of the hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive a blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Did you review it?
Yes, sir.
Was it accurate, or is there anything you need to point out?
It's accurate.
What we'll do first is talk about the parole violation allegations, then we'll talk about the new offense, what you've been doing in prison, what your release plans are, and hear recommendations from the agent. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There are 2 allegations. One of them is because of the new conviction. You don't have to admit these allegations, although to be straight up with you, because one of them is based on the new conviction, the board will find that that one has been proven regardless. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. Are you familiar with those rights, or do you want me to go through them with you today?
I'm familiar.
What's that?
I'm familiar.
Okay. So let me read these allegations to you. You can admit, deny, or plead no contest. Number 1 is the new conviction. By having committed or been convicted of a new criminal offense, conspiracy, distribution of a controlled substance. Do you admit, deny, or plead no contest?
That's the one that I went to court for, right? That was dropped down?
Yes, that's the new charge.
Yeah, I admit.
Number 2 is by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity.
Yes.
Your parole will be revoked, as you can imagine, and we'll talk about where to go next. Tell me about this new conviction. Why did you get involved in this?
I didn't know I even had the charge until I started getting flyers in the mail. And then I went and checked in and I asked my agent about it. And I didn't really know that much about it until I got my blue packet. But I am sorry. I take accountability. I shouldn't have said I was going to do things that I never intended to do.
So why did you say that you would mail drugs to the prison in the first place? Why did you say that?
I was probably really, really high and didn't even think twice about it.
So you were out of your mind on drugs? Is that what you mean?
Yes, I relapsed and I was working with my agent and taking classes and getting clean.
What kind of drugs were you taking at this particular time?
Meth.
How often?
Daily.
And how long had you been using meth this time? A couple months?
Yeah, a couple months.
How would you describe your mental health currently?
At this moment,
Well, I don't mean right now at this very second, but generally in the last few weeks or so, how would you say your mental health is?
I've been struggling a little bit, but I am in therapy with a lady out here in Wasatch, and she's helping me a lot. I am on medications.
Are the medications helpful or not?
Yes, they are helping me.
Do you feel like your situation is improving or getting worse or neither?
I feel like it's improving. I'm doing therapy. I'm in MRT. Uh, it's different. I don't know how to explain it. It's just I feel more clear-headed, I guess, is the only way I can describe it.
Well, I'm not a mental health professional, but I would imagine that taking prescribed medications will help you think more clearly than taking a whole bunch of meth would. Is
Yeah.
that something you'd agree with?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything about your physical health that prevents you from working or doing treatment on parole?
No, my health issues that I did have are under control now on different meds. So,
Issues with your hand or something else?
it was female issues.
So whatever they are, they're under control?
Yes.
Do you have issues with your hand that prevent you from working or anything?
No, no.
Are you in MRT right now?
Yes, I am. I will be on step 9 as of tonight.
Is that a waste of time or is there anything useful about it?
Actually, I've done it a few times, but this time I've learned a lot more. Like I've actually stopped to think about like the goals I've been setting and who I've hurt and what I need to do to make up for all that. So,
Such as what? If you have a goal, what have you learned you need to do about it?
that I need to break it down in smaller, achievable things, actions to do. Like say, okay, like open a savings account. I've never really had one of those. So that would be get a job, get enough money, like say $50 to $100, put it in an account and start building that way. Like that's a small
Okay.
goal.
Any other programming that you've been in this time?
No, I am at Wasatch right now, so and coming here has been a lot better. It's helped me a lot. The therapist here is awesome. So the whole staff here is awesome. So
Sounds like you'd give it a good recommendation.
oh yeah, it's so much better than the prison. That's for sure.
I suppose that being out on your own might be better than being in the jail, though.
It's always a plus. I would like to go to Orange Street or maybe see about another treatment program, honestly.
You
I
do
would
not
like-
have,
I'm sorry.
you don't have any disciplinary violations. That's good, obviously. How have you managed to stay out of trouble?
I read a lot. I have my Captain Your Story book that they gave me at the prison in the class I was enrolled in. I do that. I journal. So
And those things are helpful?
yes, sir.
Do you feel that you've changed at all since you came to prison this time?
I do. I've had a lot of losses. Like I've lost my mother recently and one of my uncles that I was close to. So I'm dealing with grief, which is probably a good thing that I'm in here. It's probably what is saving my life is the fact that I'm incarcerated and all that happened. Because my mom's death really hit me hard.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. You said you plan to go to Orange Street, work at Maverick or Flying J or both? Is
Yeah.
that still the plan?
There or any other job I can get, honestly, I will take a fast food job as long as I can start making money and saving. And I understand that they have a housing program now, so I would like to do the program at Orange Street again. I know
Okay.
last time I was there, I did really good, and it's just I need to not go anywhere near Twilla, so.
All right, we'll hear from Agent Icebell. Is that
Isbel.
how do you pronounce it?
Isbel.
Isbell, do you have any recommendations?
I concur with Yolanda. I think Orange Street would be a great opportunity for her. Yolanda's a great person. She just struggles with dealing with her family and addiction. So I think getting her stabilized completely halfway through in the community and then letting her back out on parole would be the best option for her.
Thank you. Do you agree with that, Ms. Sandoval?
Yes, sir.
It sounds like you've got an agent here who wants to help you succeed.
Yeah,
That sound that way to you?
yes, it does.
So if you start struggling, maybe you can contact him rather than use meth or something else.
Yeah, that's one thing that I have learned, that is I can't do this alone. And in order to stay in recovery, I need help. Even if that means reaching out to my agent or a therapist or somebody.
That's an important lesson. Is there anything else the board needs to know, or have we covered it all?
I believe we've covered it all, sir.
All right. As you already know, you don't receive an answer today. At least 3 members of the board must agree on what comes next. That decision will probably take a week or so, but it could take several weeks. Any questions about that?
No, none at all.
Anything further, Agent?
No, sir.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank you both for talking to me this morning, and we will conclude the hearing at this time. Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
Good morning. We're on the record now. This is the time set for a parole violation original hearing for Chad Rudy Gallegos. Is that you, sir?
It is
Do you know your offender number?
220994.
Thank you. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I'm not sure whether you have handcuffs on or not. Can you raise your right hand? Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Gallegos, did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
I did.
Did you receive blue disclosure paperwork?
I did.
Did you review it?
I did.
Any issues or was it fine?
Everything's fine. The only thing since then I completed MRT. That's the only thing that's not in there.
All right, we'll talk about that in a bit. First thing we'll do is talk about the parole violation allegations. Most of them relate to the new conviction, the theft conviction. You don't have to admit these allegations, although in full candor, you should know that when there's a new conviction, the board will find that the allegation has been proven by the conviction. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with your rights regarding an evidentiary hearing, or would you like me to go through those with you this morning?
I'm good.
All right. Let me read allegation number 1 to you, and the choices are admit, deny, or no contest. And I will let you know this one has been proven by the new conviction. Number 1, by having committed or been convicted of a new criminal offense of theft of an automobile on October 5th, 2023.
Yes, I did.
Now, allegations 2 through 5 are for offenses in that same criminal episode. Were those charges dismissed as part of the plea bargain, or did you plead guilty to any of those other charges?
Those are all dismissed, just the one.
All right. Do you want to deny those charges that were dismissed?
Yes, I pled guilty to the one that was that I admitted to.
So I will enter denials to the ones that were dismissed. Is that what you'd like me to do?
Yes.
And then number 6 is having failed to complete a substance abuse evaluation, or by having failed to comply with all recommendations in the evaluation.
I admit.
Thank you, Mr. Gallegos. As you can imagine, your parole will be revoked, and we'll talk about where to go next. Is that fair?
Yes.
Tell me what went wrong here with this new charge. What was your plan? What was your goal in doing this?
So what happened was I bought a stolen vehicle from somebody from a storage unit. The reason I pled guilty to it is because knowing the person, I can't deny that I wouldn't know that there was something up with it. So I admitted to that for that reason. I knew what I was getting into. I knew the character of the person, so I knew that possibility for sure. So I pled guilty to that charge for that reason. So that's what happened. I bought stolen property knowing that it was probably stolen. So.
And tell me again, was this to use yourself or to sell or trade for drugs, or what were you going to do?
Originally I just bought, it was a car I bought that I was just gonna drive in and scrap it, but yeah, it was just for benefit, just to make money off of.
All right. Are you going to pay the restitution?
I am.
Tell me about your history with substance abuse. What sort of things have been an issue for you?
So it started with pain pills. That's always been kind of my issue. So is opiates and whatnot. So
And how did you get started with those?
when I was working, I hurt my back, had back surgery. They broke my back in 13 places and used my lower back.
And then eventually you moved to meth, fentanyl, heroin because it was easier to get
Correct.
and probably cheaper.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. That's it.
What was that?
I said, that's it. Yeah. That's exactly what happened.
What did it do for your life? Better, worse, or neither?
Definitely not better. It would definitely worsen it. I mean, I owned my own house. I owned my own business. I was working in the same place for 13 years and I went from that to this. So
Sounds like you lost about everything.
absolutely. Yeah. Lost my house, cars, business, everything.
What's your current association with the Silent Aryan Warriors?
Nothing. So I did the modified. I was put on as suspected. I've never done any part of that. So I had them do a modification, which should be up. So I've never been part of it, never anything. So
You've never been a part, or you were a part and you left?
I've never been a part of it. I've never been any part of it. So they one of the sergeants in Gunnison is the one that put me as suspected.
How is your mental health?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Now, with your back issues, would that prevent you from having a job or going to treatment on parole?
No,
So no real issues now?
I still have a lot of pain with it. Right before I came back, I went to see a doctor. He put me on the MAP program. I feel like that was working and it worked good for me, but I was already pretty much, that was right before I came back. So that's my plans again, is to that. And when I leave here, I plan to, so I've always had an address. I've always paroled to the same place, but it kind of always turned out the same way. So I'm gonna do a sober living or halfway house, whatever options are available to me as soon as I know when I'm leaving and what my options are. I've talked to a few of them. I've had my people talk to a couple different ones, and so I'm just weighing my options on what one, but I'm definitely going to go to like a sober living or something different than just parole. I still have an address I can parole to. I'm trying to do something different this time. And then the last few times that obviously didn't work out so well. So I'm going to put myself in a different situation. I mean, it's obviously not something that is like that I'm looking forward to. I guess I am looking forward to it. It's not the easy way out, I guess I should say. So, which I always did, just take the parole and go that route. So this way, I feel like it's going to give me a better start to once I get released. That's what my problem is once I get released. And so that's what I'm going to try to do this time.
And what sort of work would you do?
I'll go back to construction. I'm going to get my CDL back once I get out. It's suspended, right? It's not suspended. I just got to pay the fine to get my CDL back, and I'll either go back to doing that or running heavy equipment.
All right. You told me you completed MRT. I'm interested to know, was it just a time filler or was it useful at all?
It was useful. I liked it. It wasn't required or anything. I signed up for it myself and I found it useful.
What was useful about it?
Just kind of opened your eyes to what you're doing. That's kind of what changed my mind about where I'm going to parole to. So it opened your eyes to your issues of what you're not just affecting yourself, and you're not just the only one that's in it. It affects everybody around you also. Kind of opens your eyes to what you've lost, what you've changed, how you've changed.
Speaking of change, do you feel you've changed since you came to prison this time?
I do. This is the first time that I've been out of the prison setting, and like just everything that's been about the state is different. Being in this county is different. It's not the same thing as it is at the prison. So absolutely, I think a lot's different this time.
So what has changed about your thinking or behavior this time?
Just my outlook on everything, on how I'm going to go about things when I leave here, more make a plan, not just want to get out and whatever, not have no plan. So I feel my biggest problems being not having a proper plan when I leave. So I made a better plan this time. And like I said, I'm going to go to a sober living and somewhere away from where I normally go to. Once I'm off parole, or however that works out, whenever I can, I plan on leaving Utah altogether. So.
Now tell me about the situation with Nevada. What's the situation there according to your understanding?
So as far as, what do you mean? What's going to happen with them, or?
There's a detainer. They have placed a detainer on you, which means when you're paroled, they want you to be transported back. What's your understanding on whether you would serve a sentence of incarceration there or not?
So I just finished court with the sentencing. They sentenced me to two to 10 years, so 2 years in Nevada, but it's ran with Utah, so my time's already started. So yes, they sentenced me 2 years in prison in Nevada.
2 years total or 2 years minimum up to 10?
2 years minimum up to 10. But so it's minimum of 2 years.
How long has that time been running?
So I'm assuming the 15 months that I've been here.
So you would have from today another 6 months or so?
Correct.
Do you know what would happen, and you may not, if you remain in custody here for more than those 2 years? Would you serve any time in prison there, or would you be on parole there immediately?
I believe I'd just be on parole there after my time's up. I believe that's how it works. I'm not 100% sure. I know they still have a detainer. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure on how that works.
But one way or the other, when you finish up in Nevada, you'll be back here with your support system. Is that the goal and the plan?
Yeah. Well, ultimately, like I said, I'm planning on trying to leave Utah, and my son's going to go with me and whatnot, but I'm trying to just leave the whole area around here. But yeah, if I still have that option here, yes. My preference would be to stay out of Utah.
Where would you go if you could?
Depending on how Nevada goes, if I have to be on parole in Nevada, I'd be in Nevada. If not, I got a job and everything lined up with a friend of mine and his sister in New Mexico, Hobbs, New Mexico.
Is there anything else we need to talk about, or have we covered it all?
I feel like we covered everything that I might want to talk about.
All right. As you know, you don't receive an answer today. At least 3 members of the board must agree on what happens next. if it's parole, when, and what the conditions are. That decision will probably take several weeks.
All right,
Any questions about that?
nope. That's, I know how it
All
works.
right.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for talking to me this morning, and we'll conclude the hearing.
All right, thank you.
Good morning. We're on the record now. This is the time set for an original hearing for KASEEM Johnson. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you know your offender number?
255976.
Very good. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive a blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Was it accurate, or is there anything you need to point out about it?
No, it was accurate.
All right. Although you've been in prison in California before, this is your first time in Utah?
Yes.
How does it compare to your prior experience?
It actually helped me, I can honestly say, because usually, I never received any type of rehabilitation. Here, I've taken full advantage of all the opportunities that they had to offer me to benefit myself and better myself for society.
All right, we'll talk about those in just a moment. You're here for 2 cases, basically for driving drugs from California to Utah. Is that the idea?
Yes.
Tell me, if you could, what your plan was, what the goal was, what you were trying to accomplish here.
What, doing my offense?
Right. Why were you driving the drugs up here? What was the goal? What was the plan?
Basically, that was the way I was supporting myself, through drugs. So I came to distribute the drugs for the benefits of money, for profits of money.
Do you have ties to this area, or was this just a spot to make some money?
Just a spot to make some money.
Thanks for answering that question. It's helpful to get your perspective on things. Do you have a substance abuse history yourself?
No,
Did you use any of these drugs, or was your part in it simply selling them?
just selling them.
The packet said that as a juvenile, you had some issues with drugs. Is that accurate, or is that wrong?
That's wrong.
So never?
No. I mean, I done smoked some marijuana here and there, but that's it. I have never used nothing other than marijuana.
Okay, it says MDMA, heroin, and cocaine, but that's not accurate.
No.
How would you describe your mental health condition?
Fine, perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good. Not many people are perfect.
I mean, my mental health is perfect. I mean, other than cancer, I'm good to go.
All right. Is there anything about your physical health that prevents you from working or doing treatment on parole?
No.
And you are currently in the Garfield Substance Use Treatment Program, is that right?
Yes.
Is that just a time filler to keep you busy, or is it useful at all?
I mean, this whole system is useful. It's your mindset, where your mindset is, and if you're gonna benefit from it. And I mean, I'm taking the benefits of it.
Tell me what's useful about that particular program.
So far, the CBT has been cool. You know, I'm learning different things about my thinking errors and how to think. The drug treatment program is cool because I'm here, I could give advice to help other people who has drug issues. And it also allows me to look at myself and determine my path and my future from here on out.
What sort of path and future are you interested in?
Well, since I've been here, I knew that I had to figure something out, and I've taken Capturing Your Story, and they have helped me with a vision to help myself and help others. I've taken the time to open up another business, and I want to go to Capturing My Story to help to become a mentor for others. And that's why I was signed up like in August to go to a program, Building Beginnings. And that would allow me to continue to work with them and help people in society to make a difference.
You have managed to stay out of trouble. Tell me how you've managed to avoid getting into the problems that so many others get into. So in other words, since you've come to prison, you don't have any disciplinary violations. How have you avoided picking up disciplinary violations?
I don't associate with people who I see that is not on the same mindset as me, which is better in themselves. If you're negative, I stay as far away from you as possible because there's no future in that for me. And I know that birds of a feather flock together, so I don't do such things.
There are some people, of course, who feel that birds aren't real at all, right? But I guess your point is you need to avoid troublemakers. Is that what you're saying?
Troublemakers and anybody that's negative. I mean, if you could get a vibe of that this associating with these people is not for you, that's something you should stick to. And a lot of people here, like you said, find themselves in difficult situations. And I stayed away from that my whole time here.
You feel that you have changed since you've come to the Utah prison system?
I know I have. I don't feel it. I know I have because as I've been here, as you can see, I've taken full advantage of every opportunity. I got the completion of Capturing My Story, which I've taken 3 times because I felt it was beneficial for me to get as much out of this as possible. I've taken a substance abuse right here. I've taken a cognitive awareness course right here. I've taken an employment course. I've taken a personal responsibility course. An entrepreneurship course, which I have here, and an origins course. Welcome to the Origins Academy. And I've also taken a workout to better my body course. And I have right here, since I caught this case, I opened up a barbecue company And I have a business plan right here to go hopefully talk to Traeger and do business with them once I'm released. And I've also got right here my 503 papers to start a nonprofit course for youth. So I've taken a dramatic change in my life for the better, because that's all I had was time to sit back and better myself, and that's what I've done with it.
Sounds like you've done quite a bit of goal setting.
I mean, that's where my mind was at, setting goals, something I've never given myself, which was an opportunity, and setting goals due to my thinking errors, and I was in my own thinking and being selfish and only thought about myself. But now I have other things to think about and achieve in life besides sitting up here selling drugs, because there's no future in it. And I feel if I could change one person's mind and give them my story, that I could help society be better.
Let's talk about your release plans. You said that you've looked into building beginnings already.
Yes.
What is your long-term plan? Is it still to go to Lake Elsinore, California eventually?
Once I feel I better myself completely here, that's why I want to go to building beginnings, because it's close by capturing my story, which they're going to help me get that, what would I call it? Understanding of how to go about doing mentorships for youth, as well as hopefully she can give me, as she said, Amy Chandler said, she can give me an interview with Traeger, what's the name of that barbecue company? Traeger's out here, and I could do business with them. And I also want to open up a carrier service and see how it goes in a small town, and go from there with my life. And I have other goals, which is start a clothing company that I've been working on here, as well as opening a restaurant. But that's my long-term goal, not my short-term.
Sounds like you plan on being rather busy.
I mean, idle mind is the devil's workshop, sir. And I'm a redeemed man of God who knows what he wants.
Is there anything else the board needs to know, or have we covered it all?
I just know that, hey, I know I did wrong and I've changed my ways, and I'm sorry for what I've done. And it's not gonna happen again.
Let's see, you're 47 years old.
Yes.
Probably too old to be wasting any more time committing crimes and going to prison. Would you agree?
Ain't no problem, that's a fact.
All right. Now, you don't receive an answer today to whether you'll be paroled or not. At least 3 members of the board must agree. And that decision can take several weeks or perhaps even a month.
Yes.
Do you have any questions about that process?
Nope, understood it already.
All right. Well, Mr. Johnson, I appreciate you speaking to me this morning, and we will conclude the hearing at this time. Thank
No
you.
problem. All right, thank you.
Good morning. We're on the record now. This is the time set for an original hearing for James WELLAH Williams. Is that you, sir?
Yes, yes, sir.
Do you know your offender number?
229556.
Thank you. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive a blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I received it 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you review it?
Yes, I reviewed like part of it, and I reviewed like everything into it. I looked into it.
Okay.
Yes.
Was there anything wrong in what you read, or was it generally fine?
It was generally fine.
Okay.
Yes.
This is your first time in prison?
Yes, it is.
So let me explain a few things about how the hearing will proceed. You won't receive an answer today about whether you get parole or another hearing. You
Okay.
understand that?
Yes, I do.
That will come later. What you and I will do is talk about the offense. We'll talk about what you've been doing in prison
Okay.
and what your release plans are.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, that is.
At the end, I'll give you an opportunity to bring up anything you believe the board needs to know that we haven't covered already.
Okay. Can I bring this closer, or is that just mounted to the thing?
Bring what closer?
This
The
yeah,
microphone?
Mike. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. If you need to bring it closer, do what you need to do, but I can hear you.
Okay. Okay.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Williams,
Yes.
you were convicted of manslaughter and burglary. I'm interested in your point of view. What was it that you did that led you to being in prison?
What I did was I was hanging out with some friends, right? And how do you say, just just hanging out. And we were supposed to be playing basketball, going there to play some ball, right? And some things happened that got out of hand, but like I wasn't like totally involved in it because I didn't know the intentions of my co-defendants, right? I was just there just to be me and to play ball and do that. But as I was going to the park, I heard shots fired, right? I heard gunshots fired and like I froze up. I didn't know like exactly what to do and like how to conduct myself, right? I was scared and afraid, right? Like I was in my head, I was thinking like, wow, like what just happened, right? Didn't know what just happened. I take responsibilities for my actions and for not being more aware of my surrounding, right? And to the things that led me here, right? I wasn't living like as a productive citizen, but I have learned over the years in prison to do that. I've communicated. I've taken classes to, fix the issues, right? That I may have had that I did have in the past, and to do things like as a normal citizen should do, as a productive citizen should be doing.
We'll talk about the classes, yes.
Okay.
So you're playing basketball. Is it true that you went in the victim's house and got 3 young children and took them outside of the home?
Yes, but not for the intentions of anything like that. Like I went in the house and to go like take them to the park and play ball. But yes, it is true that
So your plan was take these kids to the park. How old were they? Remind me.
They were pretty like young. I think six. The oldest, I think 6 or 7. He was just there waiting on their older brother, right? And yes, I did.
Did you know them?
Yes, I knew them. I have known them for like years.
How did you know them?
I know their older brother and their mom and dad.
So their older brother,
Sunday.
okay. So what did you think was gonna happen? You're taking these kids to play ball. What did you think your co-defendants were going to do?
I had no idea what they were gonna do because we didn't speak on that, right? And nobody like I just had no idea what was going to happen and what was going to go down.
How did you feel when you found out what had happened?
I felt really bad, right? And I didn't know like exactly what to do, but the only thing I could do is to stay there and explain like my part of the thing and helping them and the police get to the bottom of things.
You were looking at these monitors earlier. These monitors are an indication that this hearing is being broadcast online. So there may be people watching online. There are representatives of the victim's family who are listening. I know that. Is there anything you want the victim's family to know about what happened, how you feel about it, or anything else?
I'd like to apologize to everyone affected, to the family, to the friends, and everyone like affected by the actions of those people. Yes, like I was involved indirectly, and as a part of that, I feel for that, right? And I am sorry and really and truly apologize for what took place. And I wish that things could be different, and things didn't end the way it did. And then go down and ask for forgiveness today from the family.
Did you get anything out of this? Did you benefit in some way? Somebody give you money, drugs, anything else for your participation?
No, nobody gave me anything. Nobody had a benefit out of nothing out of it. And none of this was planned. None of it.
Looking back on it now, what's your understanding about what the purpose of this whole thing was? I understand you said back then you didn't know, but based on what you've learned since, what is your understanding about the purpose of this whole thing?
That's my understanding of the purpose. I'm not really sure if I know how to answer that question, right? But my understanding like of the purpose, what I think that if I would have been paying more attention, that and not like spaced out and doing things I could have done things differently, right? Things could have ended like a lot differently. What I've learned from that is that I should have been more aware of my surrounding. Like I should have spoken up better. I should have done better.
All right, now I've been informed that one of the victim representatives wishes to speak. Is that correct? All right. And is it you, ma'am? Will you move to this microphone over there? So, Mr. Williams, we're going to hear from a victim representative, and then you'll have an opportunity to respond if you wish. You won't have to, but you will have an opportunity. So, ma'am, will you raise your right hand? Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I promise.
Thank you. Even though I have your name written down here, I need you to state your name for the record.
Roselia Fernandez.
Thank you. Go ahead and tell me what you would like the Board of Pardons to know.
Okay, I did miss the beginning of it, so I couldn't really hear the whole story. From what I did catch, it's not the story that we've known. So, as Mr. Williams says, nothing was planned. Those weren't his intentions, but from the looks of it, from what we know, from the history of the problem, it was planned. They knew exactly what they were going to do. I did hear back when the beginning of the process, the first court, I heard a comment, something about, oh, he doesn't deserve such a long sentence because he wasn't one of the shooters. Well, you know, that doesn't make him any less guilty than the ones that actually did shot the guns. Why? Because it was Mr. Williams that let the other ones know his whereabouts. They didn't know where to find him. They didn't know where he was. Mr. Williams was the one that informed them on where to find him. If you ask me, you're as guilty or even more guilty than they are. Because if it wouldn't have been for Mr. Williams, maybe my nephew would have had a second chance. So now Mr. Williams asking for another chance, you know, so what makes Mr. Williams think that he's any better to deserve a second chance, but they didn't give my nephew a second chance. This was all petty stuff. This wasn't, I mean, there was really no reason stated on why they did what they did. Now it's too late. There is no sentence long enough that it's gonna make us or give us comfort and be at peace because we are missing a loved one. There hasn't been a day that goes by that we don't think about him, that we don't remember him. He was a good guy. Did he make mistakes? Yes, he did, just like everybody else. And that's why he deserved a second chance. But these guys didn't give him a second chance. So I just don't think, it's not even 9 years yet. And I know that it doesn't matter if it goes 20, 30, 40 years could go by, and we're never gonna forget him. And we don't have hate towards these guys. We really don't. I want to make sure that Mr. William knows my family don't hate you. We don't hold that type of feeling against human beings. But then we're never gonna be able to just say, I forgive you, because I will be lying. Because I don't forgive you. You took a part of my life. You took a part of my heart. He was like a child to me. I raised him. Me and my parents and my brothers, we raised that kid. And no matter how many mistakes he made, he was young. And he did not get the chance that you're getting right now. You get to see your mom. You get to talk to your mom. Eventually, your mom will get to hold you. And you took that away from us. And I will not forgive you. I'm sorry, but I can't. And it doesn't matter if you say you didn't know what you were doing. I'm pretty sure you knew what you were doing. You did good by taking those kids out of the house so that they didn't witness, because you knew what the purpose of that visit was. You knew what the other two guys had planned. You knew they had guns. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I don't think you need to get a second chance. And we didn't get a second chance to get to know his kids. I see you as a grown man now, and I don't get to see him. He didn't get to grow. He didn't get to become a dad. He missed the opportunity to see his niece growing up. He was supposed to be his brother's best man on his wedding day, and all of that was taken away from us. So I don't think it's time. I don't think, like I said, there's no sentence long enough. But I think not even 9 years. It's just not fair. Not fair. So my apologies, but I don't know. This is just how I feel.
Thank you. There's nothing for you to apologize about. You're not the one in prison. Obviously, you're entitled to feel however you feel. There's nothing for you to apologize about,
Thank you.
okay? Thanks for talking. And I don't believe anybody else was going to speak. Mr. Williams, you're not required to, but you have the opportunity to respond if you wish. Do you want to say anything in response?
I just want to apologize again for my actions, and I'm not proud of them, right? And like I said, I had no intentions of something like this happening, right? I should have been more aware and more alert. I pray and I ask for forgiveness, and I know things like this would take time, right? And I don't understand, like I don't like fully like know how you're feeling, but I have lost a family member also in the same incident, right? So I know how that make me feel, right? So I definitely understand where you're coming from with this, ma'am, and I thank you for being here today too.
All right. Thank you for making that statement. At the beginning, before you arrived, I explained that we would talk about the offense and then talk about what Mr. Williams has been doing in prison and what any release plans he might have would be. And I explained that no decision would be announced during this hearing today. So that's essentially all that happened before you arrived. All right, Mr. Williams, as I said, we would talk about some other things. Tell me about any history you have with using drugs or alcohol, if you would.
I mean, I had a previous experience with that out when I was out on the outside,
Uh-huh.
but I have not used since I've been in here, and I have straight stayed away from that. And the UAs can prove that I have stayed away from any drug substance and anything like that.
Before you came, the alcohol and marijuana use, was it regular or once in a while? Tell me about that.
It was like a regular thing, but yeah, it was a regular thing.
Any other drugs like meth, heroin, cocaine?
No, I never touched anything like except for marijuana and alcohol.
Why didn't you use any other drugs?
Because I felt that those drugs are just way too much for, and I've seen people that have, done those drugs, and I see where they end up at. I see how they look and where their mindset was at. So I never touched those drugs because those are what they call grown-up drugs. So I never touched them.
How would you describe your mental health condition? And I don't mean here in this room, but generally in the last few months or so, how would you describe your mental health?
My mental health has been fine. I've been working on just gaining the knowledge and the know-how to help people and to better work on myself, for me, for my family, for friends, for the community around. So my mental health is good.
Okay. Is there anything about your physical health that would prevent you from working or participating in treatment on parole?
No, I have good physical health.
Now, I know that you have successfully completed a number of programs. Are you willing to talk to me about them?
Yes. So,
Well-
do I start or? I'm bad. Sorry.
How about this? I'll ask you about particular programs and whether you learned anything in them. And then I'll ask you about any other programs that you want to bring up.
Okay.
What I would like to do is start with the CAP programs. So the CAP programs are programs that the prison essentially tells people they have to do after they've completed an evaluation. So one of those, Mr. Williams, was the Beaver 12-month substance abuse program, which you successfully completed. Tell me, if you would, was that a useful program, or was it just something to take up your time and keep you busy?
No, it was a useful program. When I got in there in 2017, I was just getting the hang of, you know, things in jail and locked up. And getting into that program, like I had like a mentor, right, to help me like transition from that the regular sections into like a programming section. It helped me to better take accountability for my actions and things that I need to work on. It showed me that, like, it helped me to be able to speak in front of people, because I am a little shy at things. So running seminars and just doing lessons, taking therapy classes. So yes, it has helped me a lot.
Can you give me an example of how it has affected your thinking? Whereas before you might have thought of things one way and now you think differently. Are there any examples that you can think of that you learned through this treatment program?
Well, like the example is like basically like using, right? People that because it was like a drug program, and it's like better to just to think of things through before you go through things, and the example of that is like staying drug free, and like making plans to help people out, and just like reaching out to people and helping them out. And like in this, I also became like a mentor to a few people that came in, and I showed them like the rope of how the program is run and like what is expected of them to do, and you know how to conduct themselves in the program.
All right. Another program you successfully completed was the MRT program. Same question, was that useful or was it just a waste of time?
No, it was useful.
Tell me what was useful about it.
It was useful because it teaches you like victim like awareness, right? That it's not just one victim to a crime, but one victim to something, right? There's like multiples. It's like a chain reaction. So it's something that started, that it's not just like that person you're affecting the person right next to them, and like the whole community type thing. And just taking that class and like learning those things and just like being there and taking that knowledge in, and knowing that not just like one action, like your action is not just for you, right? That you affect everybody with that too. So you have to be more aware of things. So it has made me more cautious of things. So it's made me more cautious.
More cautious about what you do, knowing it might impact others?
Yeah, know how it will impact others.
So given that, I suppose you weren't surprised by the victim impact testimony that your actions and the actions of the co-defendants didn't just hurt the actual victim who died. Your actions hurt the family, the extended family, the whole community. Is that something that you learned?
Yes, that is something I learned.
Were there any other programs that come to mind that you want to mention?
Well, just this solid program I'm in right now.
What would you like the board to know about your participation in the SOLID program?
Well, like I voluntarily put myself in it because it was like something that I needed to do at the time, because just to keep myself busy and also like learning how to speak. The other program is Pathways Connect. I'm in that in Ensign. Basically just going through school and getting education.
I will note that you have successfully completed a number of educational programs in business, philosophy, communication, and have completed successfully a number of life skills such as thinking errors, thinking for a change, and others. So thank you for answering those questions about programming. I note that you have not received any disciplinary violations. And many of the folks who are in prison pick up page after page of disciplinary violations, frankly. How have you managed to avoid getting disciplinary violations yourself?
How I manage, I just been myself, right? I know that I'm not a troublemaker. I just been doing like what it is that I need to do to, you know, make their job easier. Because I know they're here to, you know, help me out too at the same time. So like, I've just been minding my own business and like staying on the track, because I know like if I mess up, then how do you say that makes my life harder here too at the same time, and that makes their job harder. So I'm making sure that, you know, like I guess like that MRT program that taught me, like, you know, awareness of people around you, and my actions in here could affect them also. So it has just been myself.
Have you had the opportunity to get into trouble if you wanted to? For instance, somebody offered you drugs and you said no, or somebody challenged you to a fight. Have those sort of things occurred?
It's occurred many times.
And tell me why you didn't just use the drugs or get in the fight.
I didn't use the drug to get in the fight because I have never been a fighter. I'm a peacemaker, right? And I don't see like getting into like a violent situation is not the key to or the answer to anything. So that's why I haven't done it. And drugs, I'm just like not attracted to it, and it's not my thing. So I just don't do it. Like even if it's offered to me, I knock it down.
Do you feel that you have changed since you were sentenced in this case?
Yes, I feel.
Tell me how you've changed.
I have grown from like the actions and my decision making. I'm different from the young man that I was when I came in here. I've learned from my actions and my mistakes. Like I've learned to look at things, right, and to analyze things and to work on them, not just for me, but for my family, for my son, and for just like everybody around. Like I said, the MRT program, just I keep coming back to it. Just taking that program has really helped me grow. I've completed or is completing college right now. I am in the Solid Community College program too, and also Davis Tech. So like, what has helped me change is I'm learning like things to benefit me out there, to benefit the community out there, benefit my family out there, to help me to put my best foot forward. You know, I've changed in that aspect to.
All right. If you were to be released, where would you intend on living?
I'm moving with my mom and help her around the house. That's what I'll be tending on to live.
How would you support yourself financially?
I have a job available and ready that I can start immediately.
What kind of job?
It's just like a warehouse, worker.
Tell me about any other plans you would have if you were released as far as treatment, education, or anything else.
I plan on, continuing treatment and also working in the community as like to, fix that hurt that I've caused in the community and to everybody like, you know, affected by actions and to better, you know, just help the community grow together.
As we get near the end of the hearing, I told you that I'd give you the opportunity to bring up anything you think the board needs to know that we haven't covered. Is there anything else that the board needs to know, or do you think or feel that we've covered it all throughout the hearing already?
I feel like we covered it all. Can I read something if it's possible?
Yeah, tell me what it is. Is it a statement that you wrote?
Yeah, it's a statement that I wrote, because I just, it's just a statement that I wrote.
Go ahead.
Is it cool? Stand before you here today as a man who has learned, from his actions. I worked on growth and I have, taken the necessary steps to make those changes, to grow each and every day. I know that I can be a contributing member to society and in the community around me. I know that I could be successful on parole and have the support system to do so. I have plans on continuing my schooling. As I leave here, I have plans on continuing my schooling and to start my own business venture also in the future, in apparels and clothing design, because I like to draw and I'm a creative type of person. So I plan on doing that as a thing.
Okay. Anything else in the letter?
The other things is just my release plan. Again, I'm just restating it. Upon my release, I have a stable housing and a support system. I plan on being active in my son's life and have a available job, have a job available to start immediately upon release. I also have a ride in place to get to and from work and appointments and any therapy sessions that I would need or anything like that. I have that also planned out and in place for it.
Okay. Anything else the board needs to know?
I just want to reiterate that I apologize for my actions. And I know like no amount of apologies can change what happened. But I'm sorry and I apologize for what happened. And I pray that someday that they can find forgiveness. That will be forgiven.
All right. As I stated earlier, no decision is announced today in this hearing. At least 3 members of the board must agree on what happens next, whether it's a rehearing, whether it's parole, and if so, when, and what the conditions will be. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
That decision can take a few weeks. It's not possible to predict exactly when the decision would come out. It will be posted on the board's website, and you will receive a letter. Now, for everyone's benefit, I will note that you pled to 2 second-degree felonies. The co-defendants, one of them pled to first-degree murder. Another pled to manslaughter as a first with aggravated burglary. It sounds like the victim's family is aware by attending sentencing that the co-defendants do face longer guidelines the way the law is set up. That's not to be any prediction of what the decision will be in your case, because I don't know what the board will decide. Do you have any questions about that?
No, sir.
As we end the hearing, I'm going to ask everyone to remain seated until they get instructions from the officers. And with that being said, we will conclude the hearing at this time. Thank you all for coming and for speaking. And are you Robert Eugene Cook?
Yes,
Okay, offender number 85840?
yes.
Okay. And today is set for a rehearing. So mostly we want to talk about what's been going on since the last hearing and then potential plans for release, okay?
All right.
If you have questions as we go along, feel free to ask.
There should have been a letter from Robert Steele and also a second letter from the Huntsman Cancer Institute.
Yes, I received those.
Okay, I never got a copy of them. That's why I was asking.
Let's talk about that a little more, but let's get you sworn in first.
Okay.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
yes.
Okay. And then let's come back to disclosure that we've been talking about. I did receive both those items. They were late to me, which probably accounts for why you didn't receive them. Okay. Are you aware of what's in those letters?
No, that's why I was wondering if
Okay.
there was copies.
Well, let me just summarize. The one from the public defender recommends that your release due to health reasons.
Yeah.
The letter from Huntsman is from your palliative care provider recommending release, again, for health reasons, needed treatment, I think a surgery they're recommending, and mental health medications.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So regarding those two things, you have the right to receive those and review those and respond. Do you want to continue with today's hearing, or do you want to stop the hearing and do another one when you've received them?
No, if I could just get a copy at some point
Okay.
from my records, I'll be fine with that.
Okay.
Because I had received a letter from the Huntsman back in August, I believe.
Okay.
So,
All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and go through things, and then at the end, if you feel like you still need time to respond, then I can hold the decision. We can wait for you to get those letters, and then if you want to respond, you'll have time to do that.
all right.
Okay. So as far as the other disclosure, did you receive that?
Yes.
Okay. Does that look accurate?
For the most part, the parole revocation hearing I had, I was a little sick that day.
Mhm.
And there's a couple discrepancies in there, but I'm not really concerned about that at this point.
Okay. Well, again, as we go along, maybe you'll have a chance to cover that. If you don't, we can do that at the end.
Okay.
All right. Any questions or concerns about disclosure?
No.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to check in on a few things with you. So we have your guideline as December 10th, 2025.
Yeah, that's what I read.
Okay. And that you're here on a 15-year sentence, which would be October of 2038 as the
Yeah.
max.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And that's for 2 possessions with intent to distribute. They're both running at the same time, so it's just a 15-year sentence.
Right.
Okay. And then recently, you had a case, another possession with intent to distribute, that the court put you on court probation.
Yes.
Okay. So we don't have jurisdiction of that. I just wanted to check in and make sure we're on the same page.
Yes.
Okay. So I think then, if it's all right, let's start with me asking how your health is.
It's rough.
Okay.
It's rough. You know, I there's like some imagings I need and things like that. My liver cancer is active again and lung issues. I'm at end stage COPD. I got emphysema. Yeah, everything that's in the medical report.
Yeah. And I read it all.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So talking about your time in here, kind of behaviorally in classes, how's your time in here been going?
Pretty good. As far as classes, it's pretty hard. Some days it's rough. It's hard to get up and get moving. And I noticed that they did a medical thing from medical on September that I was able to take care of myself. Well, I've been issued an ADA in November, and then I got the wheelchair, of course. I mean, I can walk, but it's just short distance. I run out of breath.
Okay. Just taking notes about that. And so,
Yeah,
yeah,
you know, it's logged in O-Track that the items have been assigned to me.
okay. And I did read that, the September letter. Are you saying that since then, there are some other things that you're having trouble taking care of on your own?
Well, yeah, I just was assigned an ADA. It's hard to carry things. It's just hard to do things.
Okay. Yeah, and then obviously the COPD makes that difficult too.
Very difficult. Yeah, my airways are shrinking down, and then emphysema,
Okay.
you know, pneumonia or the flu or COVID, of
Anything,
course,
yeah.
they don't think I'd recover from that at this time.
Okay. Anything else that you want us to know about your health?
No, like I say, a lot of it's logged and
Yeah.
it's kind of redundant.
Okay.
I'm in poor health. We all know that.
Okay. And then I don't have any write-ups for you, which is a good thing. So how do you feel like you're doing behaviorally, getting along with officers and others?
Like it was reported. I get along real good. I'm respectful to the officers and the inmates. I mean, I do what I can. There was somebody under the influence of alcohol, and they gave me a positive C note for de-escalating that. He puked all over the pod, and so I calmed everybody down and got everybody to clean it up and things like that. I do what I can.
Okay. Yeah, I do have the 2 positive C notes.
I mean, it's kind of hard. I mean, when I was diagnosed with this illness and I went through all the surgeries and the treatments and just everything, and then they tell me, well, there's nothing more we can do for you. You're just going to have to ride this out.
Mhm.
That's when things got dark time for me, and I needed time to accept where it's at and decide what I want to do with what time I have left.
Yeah.
And at that time, I was with my grandkids and stuff a lot over the summer when I wasn't checking in. There wasn't any other crimes at that time. I mean, the one that's for probation happened prior, and then when that happened, that's when I had to reevaluate, you know, what are you doing? What do you actually want to do?
Mhm.
It was the grandkids, things like that, but I just got sick because I wasn't reporting for my medical. I wasn't getting my treatments. It was a tough time,
Okay.
but I think I'm in a better place mentally with that. I mean, there was a suicide attempt. I was just sick. You know, it was rough.
Yeah, you even talked about the grandkids.
Yeah.
So let's talk about plans for release. What do you see yourself doing?
Like my public defender, he's a federal attorney, and my palliative team, we've all talked. And what we wanted to do is send me to a halfway house, get my all my stuff reinstated, my medical insurance, my social security, things like that. And then the palliative team has social workers that'll place me in a medical/mental health center. And they want me in a place where my medication's retained, where they bring my meds to make sure I'm taking all my meds, make sure that things are going and going to my treatments. I mean, I'd have better access to the MRIs and the surgeries that I need. In the prison, it's kind of hard. We got security, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
so that's kind of that's my plans.
Okay.
And live in the Huntsman Mental Health Center and Medical Center, I guess. I mean,
Okay. Do you mean specifically that one, or are there others that?
they want me where I'm on palliative care, so I'm on end-of-life care, and so they want me close by. They want me where they can have better tabs on me. They just think it's a better fit.
Okay. That seems like
Their social workers place you, you know, they gotta interview me, which is hard to do here. And then the place has to actually interview me and make sure I'm a good fit for the facility. They have several of them and kind of go from there. But that's where I'm gonna go. I mean, there's just, I have family where I can go, but that's Ogden and that's too far.
It's not the right.
And I don't have people in the family. My daughter works, she's got kids, she can't take care of me. My brother has his own health issues. He's in Ogden. He can't get me down to the Huntsman every 2 weeks, things like that. It just can't work.
Okay.
So, but I'm okay with that arrangement. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's, I don't know. I just think it's the best fit.
Okay.
And you know, the mental health issue, it's, as we progress and we'll get a little closer to the end, it's good to be in a spot where the mental health, where they can, the Huntsman's been through this,
I know.
they know what to do. So as a, you know, depression and things like that, they're better to have me cope with that rather than be with family or stuff like that. There's no mental health. There's no way to guide me. So it's just structure. I think when you get at this place in life, you need structure.
Okay.
And I don't think anybody understands it until they're actually there.
Yeah.
You know, your whole process changes. There's other things that become important rather than
Yeah.
running around selling drugs, things like that.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes any sense.
It does. It does make sense. So, you know, I don't know what the board will do. You're probably aware it's, you know,
I know
by
how it
majority
works.
vote. Yeah. But the standard conditions of parole can sometimes be a challenge with your needs right now,
Right.
like being required to report, or they have you listed for substance use treatment.
Right.
Clearly, some of that would be a challenge with your circumstances.
And I think that's where the mental health thing would help with the substance abuse. You know what I mean? The regulation of the medication, because I get Dilaudid, I get Roxy's, I get fentanyl patches, very easily to abuse. That's why they want me in a spot where everything's regulated. Everything's,
Yeah.
you know,
Okay.
it just makes sense to me.
Okay.
Especially with the suicide. I did get to that dark place and I can't have that happen again.
Okay.
I don't have enough time left.
How confident are you that you could work with a parole agent?
I was in an assisted living for a minute, if you read the violation, because I was in and out of surgeries, things like that. So I was in a nursing home, assisted living. And the parole officer that I had was one of the best officers I've ever had. He worked great with me. He came and visited me. He never made me go down to APMP. So there are parole officers out there that are understanding. They have empathy. And like I say, that was the best parole officer I ever had in my whole life.
Okay.
So I know it's doable.
Okay. And court probation, which is your status.
Okay, what they want is for me to follow the guidelines. If I was to get out and get my conditions of parole, they want me to abide by that and tell them my address. That's my only requirement.
Yeah. Usually court probation isn't direct supervision. So,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. But they felt with the board, if they was to grant me a parole and, you know, that the stipulations would be good enough for them, you know.
Okay.
But if I
Right.
violated, of course,
It could be both. You could get a new sentence off that.
yeah, that's what they already told me.
Yeah.
But I already know that with my health, getting out and coming back would be the end. I mean, and I don't want to end it here.
Okay.
That's important to me as well, and I'm very aware of that.
Okay.
I mean, even my family support since I've been sick, has been the best it's been in years and years. I mean,
Okay.
because they realize too, you know, there's not a lot of time.
Yeah.
So take advantage of what we have.
Well, you've answered my questions. Do you have questions for me?
No, I just hope the board would consider me.
Yeah.
You know, and, sorry about what happened. I mean, shouldn't have happened.
Okay.
And I don't want to say but, because there's plenty of people diagnosed with cancer and ain't run up doing what I did.
Okay.
So I'm aware of that.
Okay. And at the beginning, I said we'd kind of come back and make sure we covered everything that you felt we needed to. Is there anything else that we haven't covered?
Like I said, there was a few discrepancies on what I admitted to in the allegations because they were kind of contradictory with some of the allegations, but at this point, it really irrelevant to me. I don't think
Okay.
it would, I don't think it'd make a big difference with the outcome of this hearing. I really don't,
Okay.
you know?
Um, Well, again, you know how it works, so we'll send a decision to you
All right.
in writing, probably about a week, week and a half.
Okay.
Okay.
And my attorney was gonna be a part of this hearing at 9:40. That's when I was scheduled. So if he does pop up on there, if you can just let him know,
Okay.
we've already done the hearing.
Okay. Well, doesn't look like anybody popped up.
No, he would do it at 9:40.
Okay.
He had another appointment at 9:30
Oh,
and he said he would video,
back.
just
Okay.
be a part of it, listen, you know, he knows he couldn't talk, but he wrote a letter. I mean.
Yeah, he did. I
Yeah.
got that. Okay. And I also said that if you wanted me to hold the decision for you to make a response or submit something else, I would do that. That's your choice.
I think
Good.
I
Okay.
we're both on the same page of the information.
Okay.
I think we're good.
All right. Good. Well, thank you. That concludes our hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Greg Johnson, a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole. And are you Clint Carlisle?
I am, yes.
Okay, offender number 235568.
Yes.
Okay. Today is set for your original hearing. So there's some legal things that we need to talk through, the offenses that brought you here, how you've been doing in prison since then, and maybe what's next for you.
Okay.
Okay, so if you have questions as we go along, feel free to ask.
All right. Yeah.
Let's get you sworn in. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure, your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions or concerns about your disclosure?
I don't know.
Okay, does it look accurate?
Yes.
And I received late the SOT assessment,
SOT?
sexual offending.
Okay.
Did you receive that?
I don't think so. I don't
Okay,
remember seeing that.
all right. Do you remember doing the assessment?
I don't.
You don't remember that?
I don't.
Okay. So you don't remember meeting with a therapist to talk about that?
It could have been like when I first got in, but I don't, that was for SOTP.
Yeah, that's the
That
one.
was it. Okay.
That's the one.
Yeah, I did that when I was in Arno, when I first got in.
Okay. Did they talk to you about recommendations or how SOTP works?
I believe so. I got a paper after that saying that I was approved to do the program just whenever a spot fills
Right.
up. That's all I got.
Okay. It was about 2 paragraphs like that?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Yeah, that's the first one. And then they did a second one that still says the same thing. It still says average risk and recommends that you participate in the program. But it was longer, so you haven't received the longer one. Okay. Yeah, I only got it yesterday. So I'm sure you'll get a copy of that soon.
Okay.
But for the purpose of this hearing, you have the right to review all of that and to respond, and you haven't even received it. So it's your choice. Do you want to continue with this hearing, or do you want to have another hearing where you have a chance to review that?
I'll just continue.
Okay. And you can still, after you receive that, you can still send in a response to us if you feel like you need to.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and continue, and maybe at the end, I'll come back and ask you if you felt like we covered everything, or if you need additional time. We can give you additional time or do another hearing if you decide that that's what you want.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So you're here for quite a few first-degree felonies. They carry a sentence of 15 years to life. One of them is consecutive. So essentially, your sentence is 30 years to life. The 30-year date would be June of 2047. Okay, that sounds right? Okay. And the board can release you at any point during that range. To do that, we start with a sentencing guideline, which in your case is 365 months, which would be November of 2047. Okay, so that would be just about 5 months over 30 years is your guideline. Okay. Now, the board can go, as I said, go above or below the guideline, but it depends on whether we find aggravating or mitigating factors. Mitigating factors can be good behavior, completing programming like SOTP, things like that. Aggravating can be poor behavior, disciplinary write-ups, things like that. So the case number is 171402126. And they're all attempted sodomy on a child or aggravated sexual abuse of a child or attempted rape of a child. It all kind of stems from the same situation. Tell me a little bit about, what was going on, or how you found yourself committing those offenses.
I was addicted to porn. I was watching porn a lot, and
Okay.
this over time it got worse and worse. And then I thought what I was doing was okay. It wasn't hurting nobody, and that's where it led up to was what I did.
Okay. And how old was the victim? How old?
I think six it was.
Okay. And I mean, you said the phrase "not hurting anybody," or at least that's what you're thinking. At what point did you realize it was hurting people?
It was probably when I got arrested, like
Mhm.
thinking through that and what happened. I like betrayed everybody's trust in me. Like I just hurt too many people. Like once, like I was in jail and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. I mean, this is a public hearing, so I don't think we need to go through all the details of those offenses. But did you read the pre-sentence report?
I did.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want us to know about those offenses? Okay. So, I mean, as far as we're aware, there was no restitution. There wasn't any ordered by the court. There wasn't a claim with UOVC. Are you aware of any restitution?
No.
Okay.
I know like this with being divorced. I don't know if that matters, but I got divorced and have to pay, I guess, child support or something,
Okay.
which is being taken out of my little checks that I get.
Okay. I mean, I'll note that, but that's not restitution. Okay. We don't collect restitution, but we usually make notes on our order just to kind of document, and it'll probably say that no restitution has been claimed that we're aware of.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So let's move ahead. The victim's mother wrote a letter. Did you read that?
Yes, I got it today.
Okay. What's your response to that?
Like I said before, like I know I hurt when I got arrested. Then when I read that letter, I didn't realize how bad it was, how I affected them both and everybody else connected to it.
Okay. If she were here, what would you say to her?
Just apologize that I didn't want to. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have acted like that. I shouldn't have betrayed, like I said, her trust in me, and then everybody else, my ex-wife, everybody. I just betrayed their trust and took advantage of that. I was talking to us, apologize. Just want to say I'm sorry for what I did.
Okay. All right. So, moving forward to your time in prison, we already talked about a couple assessments that found you to be average risk and recommended SOTP. Also, there's a case action plan that's put together with your case manager. Do you remember doing that?
With
Your case manager?
many of them, yes.
Yeah, okay. And they talked about some other classes, which you have done other classes, but tell me about those other classes they recommended.
I know when I first got in, I asked to get into programs, and I was sent to Kane County to do a focus program.
Mhm.
I wasn't able to complete it. I got sent back to Draper for medical hearing issues.
Mhm.
I wanted to complete it, but I didn't get a chance to. But I tried to sign up for as many programs and little classes I could, anger management, thinking for a change and stuff. I know that was on my cap before, thinking for a change. One of the case managers did remove it because she said I should do that later,
Mhm.
if after everything, nearer, closer to the time I have a date or
Mhm.
to my can't be.
Your hearing?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, usually, like with SOTP, therapeutically, they say that it should be done closer to your date, that it's more effective that way. So I understand that. Some of the other classes, though, can still benefit you now. I mean, you're still living, you're behind the wire, but it is a community, and you're
Yeah.
still living in a community.
I've, like I said, I signed up as many as I could, and it got to a point where the ones I did sign up for, I got bumped off because they said my points were too low
Okay.
and other people needed it more than I did. But I kept signing up for it to try to get at least some classes. And like now it's the same thing. Like I can sign up for it, but I get bumped.
Yeah. And part of that too, there's a risk assessment called the LSR&R. Do you remember doing that?
Yes.
Okay. Did they go over that with you?
Yes.
Okay. So you're low risk in many areas. In fact, I think it was all except companions. And companions, when you're living in prison, pretty much everybody you know has been convicted of a felony.
Yes.
But all the other areas were low. And actually the overall score of 8 is low points.
Yes.
So basically that says you've got a lot of things going for you. I mean, the sexual risk needs to be addressed, but in other areas, you actually are doing pretty well. But again, my recommendation would be take the classes that you can. I understand they're not going to let you into all of them, but they can still benefit you now as you are living with people, you're getting along with people, and eventually maybe in the outside community too. As far as I do have several successful completions, I have all the classes that you mentioned. Was there part of that stood out to you that you found helpful?
Yeah, like I mentioned, the focus program in Kane, that really helped me a lot to work through things and to realize
Mhm.
stuff that I need to change and help with.
Okay.
And I just wish I was able to finish it.
Okay. How's your mental health?
It's fine. I believe.
Are you doing anything particular that helps, or it's just fun?
I think with taking some of those classes and especially that program I mentioned, it helped me work through a lot, like I said, a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
And even some of the books I needed to read during that program helped a lot, make me get everything in perspective and
Okay.
just work stuff out that I needed to and that I need to later on.
Okay. All right. And then we had the report from housing. You don't have any disciplinary write-ups, which is good. Sometimes that can be hard, though. Tell me about how you maintain that good behavior.
I just try to like not like segregate myself or like seclude myself in my cell or just whatever. Just I try to be as friendly as I can with people around me and keeping everything that I needed to keep away so I won't get in trouble
Okay.
as far as I can.
Yeah.
And then just some of the people I meet, I try to stay with them, but I know that they're doing good, so I can just be in that group.
Okay.
Really helped.
And then you've had some employment opportunity.
Yes,
How's that gone?
very well. I started with like an ADA, helping somebody in my cell, and then I eventually got other jobs on the tier or the block I was on, and then eventually the one that I have now in the library, working at the library. I've been there for, I think, over 3 years now. And I enjoy it a lot. It's
Okay.
helpful to get out of the section and helping the people there, the other inmates coming in, the patrons,
Mhm.
and chance to read the books and stuff like that. I really enjoy it.
Okay, good. Glad to hear that. Yeah. Well, so let me summarize where we are. As far as your time in prison, it's gone well. You don't have disciplinary issues. You have good recommendations. I think you've engaged in as much positive things as you can, as far as employment, as far as the classes that are available. I know it's been limited for you, but it seems like you've done your best to do what you can. The sentence and the crimes that you're here for, it's significant. You know, again, it's 30-year minimum. The guidelines just barely over that. As far as what the board will probably want to see is completing SOTP, and the timing for that probably will be close to your next hearing. If they talk to you about it, you know, it's usually 18 months, 2 years that you're in the program. Okay. Do you have questions for me?
I don't.
Okay. You might know how the board works, but we don't make a decision in the hearing. So it takes at least 3 of the 5 board members to vote for any decision. So I'll take this information back to them. We'll get a decision to you, send that to you in writing, probably in about a week and a half to 2 weeks. It's posted on the web too. I'm saying that because there may be family or others that are listening online, that they'll be able to find that on the website when we make the decision. Okay. Is there anything that we haven't covered that you think we need to know?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay. And we talked about a couple late disclosure items. One, you haven't received that SOT assessment, and 2, the letter from the victim's mom, you just recently received. So you're certainly entitled to more time to review those and to give us a response. If you'd like me to hold the hearing or hold the decision, I could do that for a little while and give you a chance to respond, or if you don't want to, that's fine too.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't need extra time. That's okay.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and do that then. Any last words before we end?
I got none. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Okay. And again, I encourage you to keep up the good things that you're doing. You know, try to have a good attitude. And again, it seems like you've figured out some ways to stay out of trouble. And so keep doing that. Okay. Thank you. That concludes our hearing.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Greg Johnson, a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole. And are you Jewel Hendricks?
I am,
Okay. Offender 204129?
correct.
Okay. Today is set for your original hearing. So we want to talk through some legal things, the offense that brought you here, as well as how you've been doing in prison since then, and potential plans for release, okay? If you have questions as we go along, feel free to ask. Let's go ahead and get you sworn in. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
kind of like a week, but yeah, within 7 days, yes.
Yeah, about 3. So you feel like you had enough time, like you're prepared?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you receive your disclosure, your blue packet?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Do you have any questions or concerns about your disclosure?
No, I did get my associate's degree.
Yes, I noted that.
I sent the first copy, which was a certificate of completion, but now I have my actual degree.
Okay.
I got that within 9 months. Been waiting for it forever, so, but finally got it, so I'm very
I-
happy about that.
I did
my
get that, and I highlighted that on my paperwork. Tell me about that experience, getting that degree.
My experience getting my degree, it took me at least 9 years to get my actual degree, but I took my time because I had time on my hands,
Mhm.
and I did learn a lot.
Okay.
I learned that college is not easy. College is very hard. But my learning experience with it, I'm pretty much an A, B, C student. So
good.
my higher education, I'm so proud of myself, and I want to work on my bachelor's degree.
Okay.
If I do get released, I plan on going to college
Okay.
and
Good.
further my education.
So what kind of bachelor's degree do you want?
I don't know yet. That's still in the works. I mean, my degree is in Associates of Science, but it's also humanities, so I can pretty much
Okay.
do anything career-wise.
Okay.
So I'm happy about that.
All right. Good. Good for you. So as far as career-wise, are you still feeling kind of wide open, or is there something you want to do?
Kind of wide open
Okay.
right now.
That's all right. That's all right. Good. Okay. And we have some other things to talk about as well. So we'll come back to some of those. But let me get some of these legal things that we need to do. Okay. So you're here for murder, which is a first-degree felony. The sentence is 15 years to life. And the board can release you at any point during that range. To do that, we start with the sentencing guideline. And we can find aggravating factors to go above the guideline or mitigating factors to go less than the guideline. Your guideline is January of 2030, which is 240 months. Does that sound accurate?
I'm gonna say yes, because it's 20 years. So it'd be 6 more years with my guideline, which I don't know how that works really,
Well,
but I hope that everything that I put into and I've done here in prison will help me succeed out there.
Okay.
And I don't know what the guideline would be. I just know it'll be 6 more years, and
Mhm.
I tell myself I can do it, but then I'm like, I just want to be released because I want to get back out there into society and be a member of society and get myself well and have the support that I need
Okay.
to succeed off of parole
Okay.
and to be a better person.
Okay.
Because I tell people I'm not what my crime is. I know what I did was wrong, and I take full responsibility. I wasn't I'm a whole changed person now because coming to jail and prison, I've learned a whole lot about myself and how to change myself and my behaviors. And I'm highly educated. I'm very normal now because I'm on my psych meds.
Okay.
And before my crime happened, I was not on my psych meds. And I could have been, I guess, but they said there could have been side effects. But I can't bring my son back. I can't. I really can't. It's going to haunt me for the rest of my life. But I know it's a sad, sad story. But you know what? I want to get back out there into society and get back to my community and do what I can to become a citizen again to society
Okay.
and to work on myself and to be sober.
And you've said a lot of important things, and I want to make sure we cover those thoroughly in today's hearing. Okay, so we'll definitely get those on the record. As far as the guideline, you said 20 years, which is 240 months, so that's exactly the same. You get credit for time served. You had 597 days, so I think that's where you and I are a little different. When I said 2030, which is not 6 years from now, that's 5 years from now. That's, I think, the credit for time served. So it's a little less than the 6 years you anticipated. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess just by way of note, we're at 15 years right now.
That's correct.
Okay.
My case is actually 16 years, but yeah, 15 years in prison, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So the case number for that is 101900183. So going back to kind of that circumstance in your life, you talked about medication, and you said something that you'd been told or you anticipated some of the side effects would be bad.
Mhm.
What are the side effects you thought that you'd have?
The doctor said while I was pregnant with my twin boys that the side effects would be birth defects.
Okay.
And I was told later on I could have still been on my psych medications and my diabetic medications,
Okay.
which is kind of weird because I found out that the hard way while I've been in prison that somebody had told me that. And I was like, what?
Okay.
And if that was the case, then it wouldn't be here.
You think it might have helped?
It would have helped, yes.
Okay. All right. And, you know, I want to be sensitive to everyone that's in the room as far as some of the details of this offense. But did you read the pre-sentence report?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So as you say, it's a very tragic circumstance. You've talked about the psych meds might have made things a little different, but were there other options or resources or people you could have reached out to?
I could have reached out to all my friends and I tried and I just got rejected. I just want to tell them that I'm sorry if I didn't reach out to them because I needed help at that time and I didn't know who else to rely on when I kept getting rejected, saying that they couldn't come help me because they had other circumstances.
Okay.
But if they were there to help me 24/7 with two twin boys, being a first-time mom, like I said, I wouldn't be here.
Okay. And again, I don't want to go into too many of the details about what happened, just to be sensitive to that. We don't have a claim for restitution. Are you aware of any restitution on this?
No, I was told I didn't have to
Okay.
by my public defender at that time, Ryan J. Bichelle.
Okay. Well, none was ordered, and at least according to the reports, it was paid for. The funeral was or the cremation was
Yeah,
paid
pretty
for
much
by other
every
parties.
piece being paid over. Yeah.
Yeah. We usually make a note about whatever the restitution is on our order. So we'll probably make a note that nothing's been claimed. Okay. Is there anything else that you want us to be aware of regarding the offense?
That I had postpartum depression upon depression, and I did not mean to take it out on my son. I meant to take it out on myself. But well, I was pretty much lonely. I couldn't handle a lot of things. I wasn't all there. The way they mentioned in the packet, my case, be a retard was not nice. But I can understand where they're coming from with that because I do suffer from mental illness and a learning disability. But that's besides the fact that I know what I did was wrong and I really didn't mean to. I just wanted to pretty much just take it out on myself, and I took it out on my son and I didn't really mean to.
Okay.
And like I said, I can't bring him back. All I can do is look forward to my future, and I know this is gonna haunt me for the rest of my life, but I did love my son.
Yeah.
I really did.
It's a lot to bear. Well,
And all I want is for forgiveness. And be a better, just be a better person. To my family and my friends that do care about me, that are my support system still. To this day, they still are. And they all care about me. They all want me to do good. Even when I get released, they want me to do good. They want to be there for me.
Good.
They don't want to see me suffer anymore because they know that I'm a good person. I'm not what my crime is.
Okay.
Accidents happen, things happen, but I'm not a murderer. I tell myself I'm not. And society wanted to make me look like that, and I'm not. I truly have changed, but I still have to accept it, whether I like it or not. And it's hard. It's very hard and challenging at times.
I can imagine it is.
That's why I requested to go to a treatment center, because I know that they'll help me rehabilitate out there. It's
Mhm.
family friendly. Even my friends, hopefully they'll
Good.
accept me. And even if they accept me, I'll be on my best behavior. I don't plan on being a reoffending person.
Well, I can tell you do have good support. And we want to make sure we cover some of these. You talked about being a changed person. We want to make sure we talk a little more about that today too. Okay. So let's move forward to your time in prison. And go ahead and take a minute if you need to. That's fine. So for when you're in prison, they do some things with you. One of those is a risk assessment, the LSR&R. Do you remember doing that?
Oh, yeah. 2 times I did with my case manager, Jensen.
Okay. Yeah, and just did one this month.
Yeah, it was like a checkup, basically, to see how I was doing and progressing.
Okay. So those risk assessments have domains, areas that can be risky for you, or that could be a strength for you. Did you go over that with your case manager?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What do you think about the risk areas they talked about?
I think some of the risk areas is just making sure that I don't fall back on like reoffending or not obeying direct orders. I've only had it says I have had only 2 write-ups being incarcerated. So those are kind of risk factors. I read back on those and I was like, oh, I was pretty much dumb. I was being stupid at the time. It was stupid stuff, but I learned my lesson.
Okay.
And another risk factor is I don't want to get addicted to drugs anymore.
Okay.
That's why I put no drugs so far, because I want to stay clean and sober. I don't want to have to take my troubles out and do drugs and then get caught and then come back to prison. I don't really want to do that. I don't even want to drink anymore. I don't want to smoke anymore. I just want to be like clean and sober. I just do.
Okay, so you're committed to doing that?
I'm committed to doing that. Yeah.
Okay.
Treatment will help me. AA meetings, NA meetings. I've been to several of those being incarcerated here at the Utah State Prison.
Yeah.
I've been able to just have that support with them as well. And they've
Good.
given me a lot of pointers as well as to stay clean and sober. And I like that, you know?
Good.
Like, that makes me feel good. And if I have to attend groups, I will. I'll do the best that I can to stay clean and sober, because I don't want to be involved in drugs anymore or be around drugs anymore because of the trauma I've been through, especially in here. I've seen it and I'm just like,
Yeah, it's not an easy
No.
place.
no.
Yeah.
I can't. Oh,
Okay.
even though I've heard horror stories, that's not for me.
And I do want to talk about more of those things as well. Make sure we get that. So with your case manager, they put together a case action plan. Did you do that together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it has some goals on it for you. Some that you've already, well, several that you've already successfully completed, but tell me about your case action plan.
Well, my case action plan when I first started at prison was kind of different. They just wanted me to be able to get my education done, life skill classes, and a job, basically. And I've done all those to keep myself busy
Yeah.
and out of trouble. And they played a big part in my goal setting and to help me be a better person, especially the life skill classes. I mean, those classes are amazing. And I still wish that we had more here at the new prison. But those classes did take a good benefit on me and change me
Okay.
to the person who I am today.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that. I have about 2.5 pages of classes, lots of successful completions on there. So I appreciate that you've put in that work. Of those, can you tell me about one that you felt like was really helpful?
I think MRT, because I wasn't really capped for it, but I wanted to take it because I wanted to see what it was all about. Because I've always heard, oh, MRT is so awesome, it'll help you. Well, back then in Draper, they said it was a time cut, but now it's not. But that it's still recognizable to you board members, knowing that I'm willing to change my behaviors and to look forward to my future and what I want to do. And it helped me a lot. It helped me a lot to change.
Okay, good.
It made me think more outside the box than inside the box.
Okay. Yeah, and we do consider, you're talking about, there are some programs that are a mandatory time cut, but the board does consider all the classes that you take. So, I appreciate that you made the effort to.
Well, I had nothing else to do but work on myself while being incarcerated,
Okay, well,
especially in jail.
yeah, I mean, you still have the choice to either try to do positive things while you're here and stay busy with good stuff, or to get involved in things that you shouldn't. So there is a choice.
I am in the Inspire program. I don't know if that was mentioned. It's a good program so far. They're still trying to get up and running, but there's a few things that I am hopeful for the girls that are going to be staying in the program.
Okay.
Even for myself for a minute, we are a community. We work together. We're trying to work with section in the building, another section, to help them. And while I'm at work, I try to do like what they call peer support, even though I'm not in peer support. I feel like I'm still helpful to other girls
Okay.
that are just barely getting here.
Yeah.
Because I've been in their shoes before.
Yeah.
I know like the ins and outs basically of the whole system. Well, used to be this new system's different, but just the system overall.
Okay.
And to encourage them to do good, not to get themselves in trouble. I mean, I'm not trying to tell them what to do, but I'm just trying to tell them my inputs of how they can better themselves and show themselves, the board, that they're willing to do it to get their freedom back as well.
Okay. Good. Good. Now, there are a couple write-ups, and I want to be fair that you have a lot of positive, and these write-ups are from 2013. So
Yeah.
that's like, it's almost 12 years ago.
It's when I first started prison and
Yeah.
I was just going with the flow and people were being mean to me and some of the officers were even being mean to me at that time. And like I said, it was kind of stupid stuff. It wasn't really planned or anything.
Okay.
It was just me having outbursts at that time and really bad behaviors of just people being mean to me, calling me names and not understanding where I was coming from.
Okay. So why is it different now? What do you do differently now that you're not getting write-ups?
I changed my whole outlook when I started college because they told us no negative C notes, no write-ups. And I was like, okay. And if I want to stay in the education program, I have to follow that. And then on the housing unit, I was doing the same thing. And girls wanted me to do stuff for them. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that for you. I know where it'll lead me and I don't want to go there. And now that I'm in the high side of this new facility, Matt's is right across from me. And I tell myself every day, it's not worth it. Just let it go. Don't just worry about yourself. Don't worry about them. And someone told me that same thing. They said, Jewel, you need to focus on yourself and do you, and don't worry about what anybody else does or says.
Okay.
Unless you are comfortable with them, then it's okay. But other than that, no.
Now,
That's what keeps me out of trouble. I just keep myself
Good.
busy with work too.
Yeah.
I work at commissary and I love commissary. It's like a warehouse job. And it's really nice. I've worked there for about 9 years.
Okay.
And I just keeps me busy, keeps my hands busy, keeps my mind off of things.
okay.
It just makes me feel happy.
All right.
And I feel like I'm giving back to my community that way by bagging the items for all of the prisons, I should say. And it's a great job. And the bosses love me. They know that I'm a really good hard worker and I do the best that I can.
Yeah, they have that positive, a lot of positive C notes too. So, okay. You kind of mentioned that early on that people were mean to you, and I would imagine they're probably still mean people out there.
Yeah, I just stay away from them. I don't even talk to them.
Okay.
I just ignore them.
Just ignore them.
Yep. But then every once in a while, sometimes I just have to be civil. Because I don't want to get my anger too high up like I used to and telling the other people all about themselves,
Okay.
which I used to do. I outbursted like that. I was an ornery, mean person. And I don't want to do that.
Okay.
I try to look for the positive instead of the negative.
Well, it seems to be working for you.
Make good choices, not bad choices.
Okay, good. Good. How's your mental health?
Pretty good right now because I'm stabilized on my meds. Sometimes I do get depressed. Like today, my anxiety's through the roof, but I'll be okay. Emotional, but I'll be okay. I just tell myself, you're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. And then I just try to find something that I love to do, and then okay for the rest of the day. I just try to tell myself, I'm gonna be okay. And if I do get depressed or something, I tend to go walk or
Mhm.
even go outside, get some fresh air.
Okay.
And just compose myself and calm my nerves. I also do meditation. Meditation's really good. It helps with my mental state as well. And I like nature, so I like being outside. Especially the sun. It helps with my mental health as well as
Yeah.
getting natural vitamin D.
Yeah, get that sunlight.
So it keeps me sane. Without my meds, I'm just a wreck.
But you said you're stable on them, you're able to
I'm
get them.
stabilized now.
All right.
My plan is staying stabilized.
Okay. Well, let's talk about potential plans for release. What do you mentioned a few things like getting your bachelor's, but tell me a little more about your release plan.
Oh, so I plan on getting a job out there that will accept felons, of course. I plan on trying to get my own place eventually once I get stabilized on my feet.
Yeah.
I plan on giving back to my community just by doing acts of service and kindness.
Okay.
Like giving back to the homeless shelters or the hospitals or just something. So that way I can still be a part of the community by doing that.
And you wrote forklift operator.
Yeah.
Do you have a certification for that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I got my certification a couple days ago.
Well, that's very good.
Yeah, I'm not very good really, but I'm getting there. The test was really hard, but I only missed like 3 questions, but everything's changed on the forklift certification.
Okay, good.
So yeah, I like that job. That job's fun.
And then how will you make sure you get your medication?
I plan on going to Weber Human Services if I can in Ogden, to check in with the make sure I get a therapist if I need one, get my medications stabilized. If I have to have another evaluation done, that's fine on my mental health meds. Physically, I plan on going to see a doctor to get my diabetes in check because here they haven't treated my diabetes the way that they should. I should be on an insulin pump and they don't want to give me one because I'm full blown. But so far my diabetes is doing okay. So I just plan on seeing a doctor and get everything taken care of. I have some surgeries I need to get done, so I want to get those done. And hopefully just go from there.
And when you get out, there'll certainly be challenging situations, stressful situations. You talked about anxiety, you talked about that. It's a
Yeah,
new
it's a whole
world.
new world out there. I know. I'm deprived. I'm not that deprived because I do watch the news. So I do have a TV. So I kind of know what's going on in the world, but I'm just not physically out there. So that's going to be a cultural shock.
Okay.
It already has been a couple of times because I had to go to the University of Utah for a couple of things, and it's definitely a culture shock. I was kind of like, whoa, you know, even if I was in the car, I'm like, oh, what's that? Oh, that's different.
Yeah. Well, I want to encourage you to reach out for help. Because you said that was one of the things you felt rejected when you did ask for some help. And, you're a parole agent, if you start to struggle with things, it's not working out, make sure you reach out to the agent early. Don't wait for things to get bad.
Oh, no, I plan
And
to be honest and truthful with them.
yeah, and you talked about friends and that they would help you too. So I'm sure you have some options, but
Yeah.
you have to do that.
Yeah, I just want to say that I've gained a lot of experience being incarcerated. That's for sure. I've learned a lot about the law while being incarcerated.
Okay.
I'm pretty smart now, so I tell myself every day, you're smart. You're not dumb. You're smart. And all my friends at work tell me, you know what? You're gonna do awesome. You're awesome. And that just encourages me to be a good person, you know?
Good.
Inside and out for everybody I love and care about, even though I've had family members die in here. I know that they would be very proud of me right now.
Okay.
Very proud.
All right.
I lost my grandma not too long ago. It's gonna be like 2 years here in a little bit. And to tell you the truth, she was my focus. I know she said that I would come out with a good head on my shoulders and that I would do good out there. And to just learn from this as an learning experience.
Okay.
Make it good or bad. Either way, I've learned bad and I've learned good now, and I plan on just worrying about the good now, not the bad.
Let me tell you where we go from here. The board makes decisions by majority vote, so at least 3 of the 5 board members have to agree on any release decision. We take these things very seriously. It'll probably be about 2 weeks, and we'll send you a decision in writing. We also post those on our website, so you'll be able to see as soon as we make a decision. But are there other things that you think we need to consider as we look at this decision?
I just want to let you guys know that like I said, I know what I did was wrong and I take full responsibility. I do have remorse. I did the best I could as a mom, and it's very hard to be a first-time mom and not know anything. And that I'm not alone. I've learned of other women with the same kind of case. And I don't judge them, and I don't want to be too much judged for what I did. I know that I've done a lot in prison and I've come a long ways. Even the officers say that I'm a model inmate because I don't get in trouble. And just my whole experience in Utah State Prison it was rough. But now I want a good outcome if all possible. I do plan to do good out there.
Okay.
If you guys just consider what I've done and in prison, not crime wise, but in prison. And that I do plan to keep SMART goals in mind. I plan on keeping those goals and set those goals and hopefully accomplish them. And I just want you guys to have compassion if you can for me.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
No, just thank you for letting me take this time to experience what I've done to do with my time, and that hopefully other inmates will consider how to do their time the right way, not the wrong way. And that I know deep within my heart that I'm a good person, and I want you guys to know that I'm a good person, not what my crime is.
Okay. Thank you, and that concludes our hearing.
Today is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Stetson MYLER, offender number 232339. That is you, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes.
I'll be taking testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. As you can see, we also have Agent Schilling present. We'll go through the hearing as I normally would, then we'll get input from adult probation and parole, specifically Agent Schilling, and then you'll be able to provide whatever information you would like.
Okay.
You had a hearing back in April. It was your parole violation hearing. Everything was continued pending the adjudication of a pending case. That case has since been resolved. It's case 241-500-304, escape from official custody, third-degree felony, and possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person, third-degree felony.
Yes.
Before we go over that new case, you do have a number of parole allegations that need to be resolved. Did you get the opportunity to look through those 12 parole allegations?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an idea of how you were going to plead to those allegations, or do you want me to go through each one?
I was just gonna plead guilty to them.
Okay. So you are okay if I waive the formal reading of all of those allegations, and it's your intention to admit to all allegations?
I believe so. Yeah, I can't remember exactly all of them, but I'm pretty sure that most of them, yes, I'm guilty of.
Okay. And then allegation 6 is directly related to your new conviction. So the board will take judicial notice of that. And allegation 7 is also directly related to that new conviction. Based off of your admissions to the allegations of that new conviction, your previous parole date of November 14th, 2023 will be revoked, and the board can move forward with another decision.
Okay.
If you could just start with the first allegation is related to you absconding or not reporting as directed. If you could start from that point, what happened? It was early part of February, and then what led up to that new case?
So yeah, I actually did check in that morning. I had moved from Salt Lake down to St. George, and I went to the AP&P office on Monday morning, and Officer Schilling, or my parole officer, wasn't there. And so I was given a number, which I had sent a text message to, and just stating that I was going to a detox center that same day. So I was moving from Salt Lake down to St. George to go to a detox and treatment center. And it's within that day, that's when all of this had happened.
Okay, so were you using heavily during that time when you decided to move down to St. George?
Yeah, so I did a 72-hour hold in Salt Lake, and when I got out, I was talking to my parole officer, and he was allowing me to go down and live with my parents in St. George, and he had checked in with the St. George parole officers to get it approved and whatnot, because we were trying to get it approved for months, and it finally got approved after my 72-hour hold, but my parents weren't going to let me stay there unless I was 100% clean and I had went to treatment. So therefore, that's why I had gotten set up with Select Health to go to Lionsgate, but I was going to Detox first, which I can't remember the exact name of the detox center, but it's right next to the AP&P office. And that's kind of what I had set up prior to going down to St. George.
Okay.
And that's leading up to the arrest, which was a couple hours after I had checked in that morning.
So is that your plan moving forward? Do you want to get into that detox center? And
well, not now. I've been clean off of drugs now for 11 months. So at this point, I'm just since I always have treatment recommended when I get out of prison. I've done countless treatment programs, but it's never been like because I wanted it, I guess. But now I've got set up at the Odyssey House, which is gonna help me transition from like treatment to, or from prison to treatment to reality back to St. George is my end goal. So from here, I was just gonna go to the Odyssey for the 6 months or whatever however long their program was, and then do their transition program and work my way back down to St. George so I can start my life down there without having a whole bunch of parole stipulations on me. I want to complete them all while I'm up here and then move down to St. George so I can just kind of start my life without all these things, you know?
All right. And review of all the information in your file. You have been involved in treatment, a number of different programs over the years.
Yep.
Including some residential programs. But the last time you completed a residential program, it was some time ago.
So I did, so they didn't actually complete me in BRT because I was I got released a couple weeks before my completion date. But I had completed the CBT, which is like the big part of BRT. And that was in 2021.
Well, yeah, you did,
no, yeah, 22.
you did, I got the dates here. You did Beaver SUTP from March 2022 until January of 2023.
Yeah.
And then prior to that, you did Conquest. That was in 2020. You participated in a couple months of Conquest. But the last time you completed the
Conquest in
entire
2019.
program, that looks like it was maybe the Fortitude program back in 2019.
Yeah. And Conquest, I did the full year in Conquest from 2018 to 2019.
Yeah, and you've now had 4 parole opportunities, is that right?
Yes.
New plan is you want to go to Odyssey House, complete their program. It's going to be a residential program, transition back into the community, complete parole successfully, and then you want to move down to St. George.
Yes.
Why is St. George your final destination?
That's where all my support system is. That's where my kids are, my parents are, my sister, and just all my good influences are all down in St. George. And I have a mentor that is also down in St. George that I would like to continue seeing, as well as I need to see mental health, like a depression therapist. And so one of my goals, once I get through the Odyssey House, I want to get to St. George and get into some sort of therapy to help deal with my PTSD and my depression.
All right. And your addiction, you've been struggling with that for quite some time. Were you involved in the juvenile system?
No.
Okay. So when did you start using heavily?
18.
And then basically continued use on and off since that time?
Yes.
How long do you usually last in the community before you relapse?
So I made it about 8 months a couple years ago when I was in the community sober, and then this last time was a month and a half. I'm not gonna make excuses. I have a like just super bad depression and anxiety to where I feel like I don't know how to deal with my emotions unless I use drugs. So my plan going forward with my drug addiction is I'm just getting they actually do the Vivitrol shot prior to leaving here. And so I've never done that, and I'm gonna do that before. I'm gonna do that for the rest of my life if I need to. Just Vivitrol shot after Vivitrol shot, just so that's not even an option to use.
Doesn't look like you've had any disciplinary issues since returning to prison. Have you been able to do any classes, or what do you spend your day doing?
Yeah, so I worked in the kitchen for about 5 months. I just recently stopped to do I'm in this entrepreneur and leadership program called Defy. I've been doing that. So I go twice a week for 2 hours, and they they actually help you find mentors and stuff to help create a business, and kind of it's helped me find my purpose. I mean, it's a lot of book work and stuff. I actually took a couple weeks off of work so I could go to some of these events that they have. They just had an event on the 17th that I went to, and they had like 60 something mentors and volunteers that came out to the prison and met with us, and just kind of helped us lead us in the right direction with our business plans and with our personal statements and how to be employed. How it's kind of a life skills class, but it's based around entrepreneurship. I've got like, actually, I mean, they have us do like a life map of like your future, your past, and I mean, it's actually opened my eyes to a lot of things, and I finally feel that I have purpose again in life, and I think this is my purpose. I actually wrote, well, I mean, I've done as far as completions on classes, I've done interplay, 4 different interplay business classes, and then I have a plumbing certificate that I did. This is just on the tablets. It's a plumbing basics certificate of completion. I've done, sorry, I've written everything down. Pretty much I've covered most of those. My tablet program, the Defy, culinary, and Ride Up Free. Those are the things that like I've accomplished while being down, as well as 11 months of sobriety, which is something I'm very proud of as well.
Well, it's good to see that you're staying productive while incarcerated. You're making good use of your time. Now, there will be concern considering what happened while on parole, running from police, getting new cases, continuing your drug use. The board will have to balance that with the things that you've been working on. I have your release plan that I'll forward to the board for their consideration. And as you mentioned, we do have Agent Schilling here. Agent Schilling, anything additional that you would like to state regarding the parole period, and then any recommendations from AP&P? You're on mute.
That helps, right? I wanted to clarify the time frame as far as his transfer and his reporting. So with regards to that allegation, so his parole was transferred from up north on February 5th, which was a Monday. And his PO up there told him that he had until the end of the following day, Tuesday, to report to AP&P. He reported on Friday the 9th. I'm assuming that his recollection of the time frame is probably foggy because he was using during that time. When he reported on Friday the 9th, I work Monday through Thursday. I work 410. So he was given my contact information, told to call me for further reporting instructions. He called and left me a voicemail. I was out doing field visits actually that day, and he called and left me a voicemail saying that he was here, but that he was going to check in to detox and that he had been using. The next time I had contact with him was the following Monday, the 12th. And I was out doing field work when I saw, we have computers in our vehicles, and I saw on the CAD that a local agency had made contact with him and his girlfriend or friend. And I was like, hey, I'm looking for him. So I went over there and offered to assist. So that's how I became involved in that whole arrest and situation that ensued. But just his recollection of the time frame was a little bit different than what actually happened. And I mean, I'm not saying anything he doesn't already know. When he's using, he does not do well. He avoids, absconds, all of that. I've known him for a while now, off and on. Just, you know, the felon community is fairly small down here, and so we tend to deal with the same people a lot over the years. And I've, you know, was familiar with him and his past and everything. So definitely just, you know, the drugs and associations, if he's going to associate with people that are unhealthy or be in a relationship with somebody that's using and unhealthy, he's likely to do the same. He does have an opportunity for great support down here. His family is definitely willing to and on board with supporting him. And they were willing to this time, but unfortunately he was already on a bender when he came down here. And so there was just no hope at that point. He can't go home in that condition, which was the address that was approved. He can't come see me in that condition. So he just ended up in a bad way and made some poor choices at that point once he was arrested. So like I said, I'm not going to say anything he doesn't already know. He has the ability to succeed. It's just a matter of when it stops being fun for him, you know, playing this back and forth game. But I think he definitely has the ability to succeed and do parole. Like I said, he has a great support system, so he's not a stupid kid. He knows what he needs to do and he knows what he's done wrong. It's just, you know, walking the walk instead of talking the talk, I guess. But it is good to hear that he's been productive while incarcerated. Not everybody that goes back on a violation is productive. Some are bitter and make excuses for continuing poor behavior. And the fact that he hasn't done that, I think, is very telling of his willingness to try to change his life around. And hopefully he's able to do that. So as far as time goes, I don't have any recommendation. He's been back for a while. He was sentenced on the new case on 2 felonies to prison, which I think was just concurrent with his current parole case. And I don't really have a recommendation as far as how much more time he should stay incarcerated. I think he definitely should be given another opportunity at parole. He's still young. And like I said, he has the ability and the support to succeed. So hopefully he's able to do that.
Yeah, I agree. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for providing the clarifying information. And it does look like this new case carries a 15-month guideline, so that puts you at May of 2025, Mr. MYLER. Do you have anything you'd like to say in response to Agent Schilling's statement?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. It means a lot knowing that you notice that I do have potential to do this, because I do. I just wanted to read a letter if possible.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I wanted to write you a letter regarding my upcoming hearing. I've been in prison for 11 months now, and I've had a ton of time to reflect back and see where I went wrong and what not to do when I get out. Since I've been incarcerated, I've learned a bunch of skills and knowledge that will help me stay out of trouble, as well as help provide a better life. Some of those things being taking 100% accountability for my life, meaning don't make excuses. Everything that happens to me is because of the decisions I've made in my past. Another thing I've been going to is Defy Ventures, an entrepreneur and leadership class. This class is teaching me how to create a business, covering startup costs, and giving me a network of people to mentor me when I'm out. I feel as though being able to start my own company will give me my life purpose again. I imagine most board letters you get talk about being sorry, how they won't ever come back again, and sugarcoat their side of the story of why they did come back. I'm not going to do that. I just want you to know that the past 7 years, I've spent most of it in prison. For a lot of people, that kind of time in a place like this turns them into broken, violent people, as well as it takes their empathy away. I'm proud to say that none of those things are me. I am also just lucky to say that I still have my whole family behind me, rooting me on and supporting me. Last time I paroled, I wasn't able to move down to St. George, where my support system is, and I feel as if I were to have their support and guidance getting out of prison, I wouldn't be here writing this. I haven't been able to go to my family's house, any of my paroles, because I was too stubborn to accept their help. I am ready now. I've completed multiple programs and learned more than most people in those 2 years of programs. Please give me a try so I can get this right. I know I've tried a lot already and failed, but every time I failed, I learned a new lesson and what not to do next time. I will never give up trying to be a better man, father, son, and community member. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for coming to the hearing prepared. And I'll make sure that the board has that information for their consideration. Thank you, Agent Schilling, for being here. I'll forward everything to the board in the next day or two for their review. Generally, it takes a couple weeks for them to deliberate and make a final decision. Once they do, they'll mail that order out to you. It'll lay out exactly what's expected moving forward. That's all I have. Thank you for your time today. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
All
Thank you.
right. Good luck, Stetson.
Thank you. I'll see you soon.
I'm gonna be retired and
All right, today's the time and place set for a original hearing for Alex Cordova, offender number 234911. And that is you, correct, sir?
Yeah,
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
yeah,
I'll be taking testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand, I will swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I will be conducting your hearing today.
Okay,
Now, you are committed to prison on case number 171-906-960, aggravated sexual assault, first-degree felony, minimum 10-year sentence. That minimum 10-year sentence is June of 2027. Potential life sentence. You have a sentencing guideline date of 132 months, which is June of 2028. The offense occurred in 2017. The board received the offense summary as outlined in the pre-sentence investigation that adult probation and parole provided. Did you get a copy of that?
yeah, I think so.
Okay, and the facts related to this offense are lengthy. For the purpose of brevity, I'm not going to go through all of the facts of the case at today's hearing. We have 20 minutes to conduct the hearing, but just so you are aware, the board does have that entire offense summary and will take into consideration everything that's outlined in that offense summary.
Yeah, okay.
All right. If you could provide an explanation as to what you're responsible for, what offense you committed.
What? Okay. I committed, as you stated, aggravated assault, aggravated sexual assault. What was the question?
Well, there's two separate victims. You victimized those two individuals according to the information in the offense summary. But if you could just provide an explanation as to what led to this, what
Okay,
you're
what-
responsible for, why you committed these acts.
Okay. First, I believe that, you don't mind that I wrote down some things that I might use as reference. You don't mind if I do that, do you? Use my
Go ahead.
notes, okay. I believe what, led me to committing my crime was, my own selfish desires, a lack of values, and my impulsive personality that I had, that, affected my judgment. I had an obsession with sexual gratification, that had gotten to the point where I felt like it was the most important thing to me. I felt like I had to experience as much as possible to feel happy and fulfilled of this sexual gratification. I had come to feel like I had to do anything to satisfy my sexual cravings and urges, and though I never planned or imagined I'd violate someone the way I had, someone else the way I did, when the opportunity for sexual gratification presented itself, I felt fear of losing out on it, and so I acted impulsively. I never considered the magnitude or the severity of my actions. Do you want me to go into what happened, like what I did that day, or because you said they already have the facts of what happened?
Yeah, and I'll verify some of this was an extremely heinous and violent offense. I'm glad to see that Ms. Simmons is here and willing to provide a statement for the board's consideration. She can provide her input as to how this all impacted her. But just from my reading of the offense summary, under the threat of extreme bodily harm, if not death. I mean, you had a machete
Yeah,
that you used to scare,
yes,
force her to commit these, to do these things. And so you can go into as much detail as you want as far as what happened, but the board does have the offense summary. It may be more beneficial to just get your explanation as to why and how it happened, which you provided some of that. So go ahead with whatever you think would be important for the board to consider regarding the offense.
okay. And what about, I have this apology letter that I wrote. Would that be something I could read now or later, or not at all?
Sure, yeah, go ahead with it.
Okay, I wrote this to my victim. I wrote this letter for you because I want to tell you that I'm sorry. I'm sorry for hurting you, for scaring you, for threatening you, and I'm sorry for violating you. It shames me to know that I don't even know your name or who you are, and yet I decided to take advantage of you and to use you and violate you for no other reason except that I wanted to fulfill my own wants. I want you to know that you did nothing wrong and didn't deserve what happened to you. My actions had nothing to do with you, and they were a result of my negative lifestyle, the negative lifestyle I was living. Though I didn't leave my home that day with the intention of violating someone, that is ultimately what happened. And regardless of the circumstances of what brought us to that situation, the outcome was the same. I threatened you and scared you into giving up your right to choose and to give up your free will and freedom, and to giving up your control and power. I left you with scars and with trauma and with depression. I know you don't care about my apologies, and I understand that. But you deserve to know that I'm sorry to you and your family for all of the pain and hurt and loss you suffered. I know these words can't take back what I did to you, and nothing can, though I wish I could. I hope that you can recover from what I did and find peace and happiness and joy, because everybody deserves that, as well as you. Thank you. And so you want me to, I guess I got more toward kind of what led up to the lifestyle, if that's what.
Yeah, and just to clarify now, the second incident outlining the offense summary involving Ms. Calder, you engaged the same pattern of behavior.
Yes.
Had the machete, demanded certain things. When she ran off, she reported that you attempted to stab her with the machete.
No, that's not true. I ran off scared and just took off, kind of disoriented. I didn't know which way I was going, and I just ran off when she kind of called me out on what I was doing, and so I ran off. I never tried to use the machete.
This pattern of behavior involves two known victims. Had this been something that you had been plotting and that you had considered carrying out prior to this?
Definitely not. Definitely not. I never imagined that I would want to do that kind of stuff, and it never occurred to me to do that to get what I wanted. What kind of drive, I guess what kind of led to it, or some of it, what kind of led to it was, I was fearful for losing my wife, but I had no money to give to the women that I was picking up for sexual needs. And because I didn't want to take out of my bank account, I'd try asking, and then like for services or just to have fun or what have you. And then I would just act. I don't know, just impulsively, I just grab the weapon and just act.
And you provided a detailed statement about why you think you committed this offense and some of the things that led to it. One of the things that you mentioned today that's also in some of the submissions you've provided is that you were into this lifestyle of seeking out sex for money, and that you didn't want your wife to know that you were doing this, so you didn't want to spend money, and because
Yes,
you
sir.
didn't have money, you decided to use force. That's your version of what happened and what led to it. It could also be, I mean, one could look at this information and look at the pattern of behavior and see that you were a violent person that was seeking out a vulnerable population to violently assault for your own sexual gratification. It's something that raises serious public safety concerns moving forward. We'll go into more in regards to what's happened while incarcerated, maybe some insight that you've had. But before we do that, Ms. Simmons, if you're willing and able at this time, I'd like to take your statement.
I am.
And once again, thank you for being here. It takes a lot of courage and strength to be willing to come forward and speak at a hearing like this. So thank you for being here, and go ahead with whatever you would like the board to consider.
Thank you. I wrote a statement. So 2,799 days ago, my life changed in so many ways. Due to the cold and selfish acts of inmate number 234911. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse in my life, it did, thanks to him. After the horribly disgusting, painful, terrifying things he did to me, that beautiful morning, my life was consumed of fear, nightmares, depression, disgust of self, PTSD, and of loss of self-worth. I faced multiple attempts of suicide, drug addictions, and however, after multiple hospital stays and both inpatient and outpatient rehabs, thousands of hours of therapy and groups and medication I will have to take for the remainder of my life, I am finally strong enough to sit here today and face this evil monster who thought he could take advantage of a helpless, vulnerable female by his cold and callous acts. But what he didn't realize is that I had God by my side that day, who guided me to safety so that I could be here today and face this horrible, evil, ugly ass monster face to face and express my thoughts on him returning to society. I express to you that regardless of how much treatment a monster receives, a monster of this degree will always be a monster and will always be a threat to all women and the public. Last, I'm finally strong enough to say I'm no longer a victim of this inmate. I am a beautiful, strong, and confident queen. I am a survivor. That's all I have to say.
Well, thank you for being here and reading that statement for the board's consideration. I will make sure all of the board members that review this matter have that for their consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cordova, is there anything that you would like to say in response?
I really don't. I mean, I had a letter I wrote for my apology and I don't blame her for seeing me that way because I did do those things. I took her freedom, I used her, I violated her, and she's right to feel that way about me, and she has every right, and I completely understand how she can feel that way about me getting out and about and about my threat on society, how she could view me that way. I completely understand. And again, I just want to tell her, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for doing that to you and violating you and for causing you all this pain. And that's it. I have, yeah, that's it regarding that.
Now, one consideration that the board has is whether or not it would be appropriate to consider a release at this point. If they're not inclined to consider a release, they'd likely set this out for another hearing sometime in the future with certain expectations.
Okay.
Have you been able to do any classes or programming?
Yes, actually, so since the start of my incarceration, I have been working to improve myself. Most of the classes that I took at the beginning of my sentencing, well, so my idea was I knew I had to change and improve my negative thoughts. And over the years that resolve has grew. And in the beginning of my incarceration, I knew I had to change, and I knew what I'd done wasn't right. I knew my behaviors weren't right. I was finally able to accept and what, I've been hearing from people. And so I took programs, not necessarily that the jails provided, but I took programs through correspondence courses where you can write them and they'll send you these courses you can do. And I took programs like that. I wanted to take courses like the things that I struggled with, like integrity, personal character, respect, decency, all manners of stuff like that. And so I did a lot of courses like that to try to get used to doing stuff of this nature, of trying to gain insight, perspective, and knowledge, to gain values, because I didn't really have any values before coming in to prison. And so I took these kind of courses, and then later on I took courses that the jail provided. I took MRT and I took Instant Out Dab, but that was really all there was. So I had to continue with self-study. And so, in the last like 3 to 4 years, I had an epiphany that, I could have a chance at release. And if that was the case, I didn't want to be the same person. I didn't want to get out and have the same patterns, the same habits, the same frame of thought. And so I really started focusing on preparing for my future and my reentry if it was possible. I started reading more books, taking more courses, like I said, to gain insight, knowledge, perspective. Through these courses, I learned from many, many people in the courses, and I gained many skills with dealing with my emotions and my thoughts. I learned about setting goals and striving to reach them every day, that you have to discipline yourself, have self-control. You have to dedicate yourself every day to this stuff. I learned about mindfulness and awareness of mindful of my actions, of the consequences, awareness of how my body feels. And, if I'm feeling, when something doesn't feel right to me, to recognize that and to ask myself questions instead of just going off of how my emotions are. I've been trying to create new pathways in my brain, stop old ways of thinking and create new ways of thinking, just to help me change and grow. So the last few years I've been working. I just recently started a financial literacy class that I take once a week, and I got packets to do for that. you know, I go into, we got tablets, I go into the tablets and I participate in programs that I think will be beneficial to me. I've been taking a sexual addiction recovery course. I've been going to 12-step program in the facility. And the main reason I took these courses, because a lot of them are actually like, they got to deal with the same things, you know, anger management, emotional management, you know, addiction. I like to take them because the repetitiveness, I believe in repetitiveness in practice to get better at things. So that's that's the things I've been doing in here and lately.
The board does have a copy of the classes you've completed and participated in.
Okay.
There's one program that the board will likely require that you complete.
Yeah.
And that's the sex offender treatment program. That'll be outlined, whatever the expectation for that is, that will be outlined in the board order after today's hearing.
Okay.
The board will have all of the information that was in the disclosure packet that you received. The board will have the statement from Ms. Simmons, the survivor of this offense.
Yeah.
They'll have your statements from today's hearing. This is an extremely serious offense that will take a great deal of deliberation by the board to come to a determination as to what is a just and safe outcome. What I do as a hearing officer is provide all of that information to the board.
Okay.
For their review. They'll deliberate over the next 2 to 3 weeks to determine what's the appropriate outcome is.
Okay.
Once they've determined that, they will make that their board order, and they will mail you a copy of the order. The order will also be posted on the board's website for review.
Okay.
Anything additional, Mr. Cordova?
Yeah, I had something that I wanted to say. So I understand that it's to be considered if I'm still a threat, and I just have this statement about why I want to show you guys that I'm not, or that I wouldn't be, because I know what I did was wrong, and I don't want to hurt anyone or take advantage of anyone ever again. Which is why I've been practicing discipline, controlling my thoughts and abstinence. I think about every decision I make now and the consequences they have, whether it's good or bad, which is something I never did beforehand. I avoid any thoughts and actions that have no value or could do me harm. I strive to fill my mind with positive thoughts and my life with positive activities now. I've experienced real loss and pain in here because of my actions. I've seen the consequences and damage my actions have caused. These reminders push me every day to live a life of value. I want to be a good father, and I want to be a role model to my kids. I want to be a faithful husband, and I want to be a law-abiding citizen who contributes positively to my community instead of being damaging to my community. I've learned that when having negative emotions or feeling impulsive, I can take action steps like deep breathing and thinking about the truth, like consequences that could have happened, things that have happened in the past. I could think about things I've learned from my experience through the justice system, and I know now not to keep things bottled up or to myself, and that I can share with other people, and how that sharing eases pain and stress. And I've also learned to walk away from situations. That's all I had. So thank you.
All right, I'll include that information with everything else that's provided to the board.
Okay.
All right, at this point, thank you everyone who's participated in the hearing, and I will go ahead and conclude.
Thank you.
Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Brandon Bartell, offender number 264397. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. The board conducted a scheduling review. They scheduled today's hearing with the expectation that you comply with your case action plan and remain free from disciplinary violations. So I'll go through whatever progress you've made in those areas. Before I do that, we need to go over your commitment offense. You were committed to prison on case 211-903-487, theft, second-degree felony, identity fraud, crime, second-degree felony. You have a minimum 1-year sentence, maximum 15-year sentence with the 15-month guideline, put you at April of 2025. The case spans March 2020 through May 2020. It's reported that while you were employed at Sam's Club, you used stolen identities to create several Sam Club membership accounts. You then used the fraudulent memberships to purchase numerous cell phones with finance plans. You defaulted on all of the plans, resulting in a financial loss of approximately $67,000. You also used the stolen identity to open credit card and set up payment plans. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In regards to the restitution, as part of the scheduling review, that was all returned to the sentencing court to make a determination and then to be sent to debt collection. If you could just provide some information regarding the offense in that time frame, what was going on in your life, what led to that, those actions?
And during the time, it was pandemic was just barely ending, but it still was a lot of jobs shut down, and by me being from Detroit, it was hard for me to provide for my family. So I had down the website, black market, and bought information from a vendor and used it in my criminal activity as far as going to Sam's Club and purchasing memberships to get cell phones that I sold to store buyers that was buying iPhones at the time. And I was just providing for my family and for myself the bills that I had backed up, and it just was just trying to start a business and try to linger from criminal activity. So I ended up doing criminal activity due to the COVID-19 and not having job experience as far as working a 9-to-5, but I got skills that I could use possibly, but I didn't tend to use. I chose the criminal way, and I apologize and sorry for the victims I damaged, the stores that I committed the crimes to, and that's pretty much. It was just COVID. A lot of stuff was closed, and it was hard to find job opportunities.
What brought you to Utah?
I never lived in Utah. I just was passing by just to do the crime that I committed, but I never lived in Utah. I stayed in Vegas for 2 years with my sister, but I mostly stayed in Detroit, Michigan with my mom, my girlfriend.
That's where you plan on going? You plan on going back to Michigan?
Yes, working for my dad's restaurant.
What have you been working on there at the jail?
So far, I have certificates for. I did my Inside Out Dad. I had sent them in to you guys. I don't know if y'all received them yet, but I have my Inside Out Dad certificate that I just completed on the October 1st. No, I just completed it. I'm sorry, in December 24th. I'm sorry. And I have my other certificates for culinary arts that I did on the tablet. And when I was in prison in Gunnison, I got my plumbing certificate and my heating, ventilation, and cooling certificate that I don't have. I didn't get that one printed off. And right now, I just completed my MRT 2 weeks ago on the 15th. I'm waiting on my certificate for that, but I completed that. And as on top of that, before I got here,
I was working in the prison as a pod worker, cleaning the showers and stuff. And right now I'm doing the same thing in my pod, cleaning the unit during lockdown. And when I was in Salt Lake County, I worked in the kitchen for 6 months straight. So I just began to groove with working, the work ethics and, using my skills and my brain the positive way, trying to turn a bad situation to good. Just taking all the stuff that I'm learning that I can take to the world with me and try to be a better person for myself, my family, my son. So,
Are you still in the BRT program?
yes, I am.
When are you expected to complete that?
In the middle of May, a couple of weeks after the guideline date that I was seeing in my blue packet. The middle of May, first like June, because I started September 3rd. So right now, like I said, I completed MRT. All I got left is the CBI, and I complete anger management the second week of February. So I'm almost done with that. But I complete the main thing, CBI and the BRT, like middle of Mayish, probably the first week of June.
You have been doing well while incarcerated. You've completed a number of classes. I didn't have a list of all of them, so as you were talking, I noted the ones that you mentioned today. I'll make sure the board has that for consideration. It's also showing the MRT is still open. You say you're waiting on your certificate, but I'll let them know that you completed that one.
Yeah, about 15th of January, for 2 weeks. So.
Okay, and then you haven't been a management problem. You've been taking advantage of the programs, classes available to you. You've been working, so that'll all work in your favor. Are you willing to do parole? It looks like you'd have to put in for an interstate compact.
Yeah, I feel that I sent that in the week of Christmas break, so I don't know if they received it yet. I'm gonna have my family call to see if they received it. But she said my girlfriend sent the $50 money order in, and the caseworker said they mailed it over to Kimberly, person that's in charge of the interstate stuff. So I was on top of that like the last week of December, getting it in before I had seen you guys. So just waiting to see what's up, what's going on with that.
Well, you seem very capable of living a positive and crime-free life. I hope that's the route you choose when you get out, rather than going back to some of the criminal activity.
Yeah, I'm older. I'm 31 now. Like I was 26 when I committed that, and males, our brain don't start functioning as adult till about 25, 26. So I was getting out of, like, even when they picked me up, I didn't even know I had the warrant for this case. I just thought I got away with it, and I was already on my way to doing truck driving school and trying to better myself anyway. So it was just taking time out to pay my dues for what I did. So but at the time of being when they caught up to me, when I got pulled over in Michigan, it was just a regular pullover stop. They said I had a felony warrant for Utah. I didn't know nothing about the case at all. So they was already building an investigation on me, and I went to jail. They extradited me out here. I'm serving my time for my crime. But prior to that, I was getting myself in order, going to church, about to start church driving school. And as I said, crime life, you only got so long you can do stuff for, So I was already getting out of that situation, out of that lifestyle anyway. Like I met a good girl that's changing me, that making my eyes open more to life, and there's other stuff out there. And on top of me traveling and seeing different states and seeing stuff, I know there's a world out there, and there's more to it than just myself. I got other people that I'm hurting while I'm doing this. So it's not just about me anymore. Yeah.
All right. Well, what I'll do is I'll get all the information we've discussed today over to the 5 board members for their review. They'll deliberate. They should have a decision made in the next few weeks.
Yes.
Once they've made that decision, they'll mail you a board order. It'll outline everything that's expected moving forward.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, sir.
All right. We'll go ahead and conclude. Today's the time and place set for original hearing for David Santiago, offender number 236-913. Is that you, sir?
That is me.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, I have.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear it'll all be the truth.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. The board conducted a scheduling review. They scheduled today's hearing with the expectation that you comply with your case action plan, remain disciplinary free, also that you complete substance use treatment and domestic violence treatment. So I'll go through whatever progress you've made in those areas. Before I do that, I need to go over your commitment offenses with you. You've got 3 separate cases. The first case is 221-400-346, violation of a protective order, 3rd-degree felony. The information is that in February of 2022, you went to the home of the victim of record, knocked on the window. You were told you needed to leave, that you couldn't contact the victim. You ended up running. She contacted police. You were located, provided your explanation to police. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
All right. Next case, 231-403-705, violation of a protective order, 3rd-degree felony. This one was April of 2023. Indicated that you had made telephone contact with the victim of record when you weren't supposed to. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
All right. And then the final case, 231-404-527, assault, class A misdemeanor, November 2023. You were intoxicated, started a fight with family members. You ended up assaulting your stepfather. It's reported that you yelled that you would break his nose and kill him.
Yeah, I don't. The threatening part, I didn't do. But yeah, I did that.
All right. And then the one of the concerning aspects of it was there was a 10-year-old present when this all happened.
So I actually talked to DCFS and they interviewed the kid. They said the kid wasn't there at all. He was upstairs in his room.
Okay.
Anything like.
So what led to the protective order, the protective orders being put in place?
I kicked down her front door. She tried to kick me out in winter, which I realized I should have taken this a completely different way, but it was like I had nowhere to go. It's winter and you're locking me out.
Was this your girlfriend at the time?
Yes.
Do you have any children in common?
No.
Okay. In the pre-sentence investigation that was provided regarding the first protective order case, she provided an impact statement and she was talking about the impact that this had on her and her son. So I was wondering if that was a child that you shared together, but it's her child.
It is her child, but I was in the child's life for quite a while.
Okay.
Like 2-3 years when he was 4, 5.
And have you had any contact with her since this all happened?
Not since the last one.
Okay, so that relationship's over?
Yeah.
You don't plan on making contact or reaching out at all?
Absolutely not.
Okay. In regards to those expectations that the board had for today's hearing, I'll leave it up to you to provide whatever information you'd like regarding what classes or programming you've been able to do.
Okay, do I start now or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I've completed a anger management class. There's a different class in the prison. I don't know what it was called, but it was for when you get out, how to act with like an elegance in work and how to be acting correctly while you're at the job. I'm just about done with the BRT program. I graduate that next month. I just barely completed MRT last month. I've gotten 3 certificates for cooking classes here, and then I've been doing some schooling also. So when I get out, I can actually take a test and get some college credits.
When did you say you're going to complete BRT next month? Is that what you said?
Yeah, the end of February, I'll be done with the BRT program.
Okay. Doesn't look like you've had any disciplinary violations.
Nope, I've not been written up once.
Any takeaways from the various classes or programming? I know it's hard to summarize everything in a short period of time, but was there any major takeaways from the classes, programs that you've participated in that you think you'll use when you get out?
That only I can change my life, nobody else can change me, and that I need to be accountable for my actions. And if I want to do good in life, I really need to pursue that myself and not rely on anybody else.
And are you willing to do parole if that's the direction the board goes?
Yeah, I'm willing to do parole.
You have a guideline date of 23 months, July 18th, 2025. If the board was inclined to consider a release at or near that date, once you complete the BRT program, you'd get a 4-month time cut from there.
Okay.
What I'll do after today's hearing is get everything that we've discussed, all the information in your disclosure documents over to the 5 board members for their review. Now, one thing that I noticed in preparation for today's hearing was the board didn't receive a board packet from you. It would have been a packet of information that discussed the offense, release plans, mental health, that type of thing. Did you fill one of those out?
I never got one. I was actually
Okay.
wondering the same thing. I think it was because it was Christmas and New Year's when I was supposed to be filling it out that I never got one. But I can explain that to you right now.
Yeah, that'd be good. Let's start with the release plan.
Okay, my release plan is, so I had this all kind of memorized and I kind of planned this out a little better, but now since I'm doing it, you know, it all went blank. But can I say one thing before I say my release plan?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I was planning on leaving the state, and I got put on probation and then ended up having to go from one place to another that I didn't really want to. So I feel like that is kind of the reason why I got in trouble. I understand I do have to take accountability and I could have pushed myself a little harder and got out of those places. But I definitely feel like when I get released, I'll do a lot better because I will be going to the halfway house and I'll have more of a structure, good structure around me. But I plan on getting out. I still have my job for when I leave. So I'll get out, I'll go to the halfway house, I'll work. And then, I mean, I only really have to do my domestic violence classes still because they don't have those here. But I'll do my domestic violence class. I just plan on getting out and then leaving the state as soon as I'm done with parole.
Where do you plan on going?
I want to go back to California. I was actually trying to go back to California when I got the violation. I figured that since she worked from home, she didn't want her bosses to see me and the cops come to her house. So that is the reason why I went by myself. I understand now that that was an incorrect move. But yeah, I was just trying to leave the state really and not cause any more issues for anybody here.
And what do you do for work?
Right now, I am a temp agent. But that temp agency goes all throughout the United States. And I can choose from job to job. So I've done anything from working in a nursing home. I fixed up a hearing aid clinic for the new hospital in Lehigh. Construction cleanup, construction. I mean, I'm kind of a jack of all trades, really. I go around and do whatever is needed done. It's kind of like the Bacon app. So I work for a day and then I get paid the same day.
And then any underlying mental health issues that you need assistance with or health issues?
Nope, I should be good. I have back problems, but that's about it.
All right. Those are all the questions I had for you. Anything additional that you'd like to provide today?
Oh, so on the blue packet, it says I have a felony forgery in Cedar City. I've never been charged in Cedar City. I've never pled guilty or anything like that to a forgery charge. So I don't know if that affects this at all, but I just want to say that that wasn't me.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll look and see if that impacted your guideline date at all. And then the board can go back and review it. So what was you said that was a felony forgery out of Cedar City?
Yeah, those the only charges that I've had out of Cedar City. I've never been charged in Cedar City.
Okay, so that's case
Is it-
171500124.
I can check really quick.
Yeah, it's showing possession, forgery, writing device, third-degree felony, March
Yeah.
5th of 2017 out of Cedar City.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look at that one.
All right, thank you so much.
No problem. All right, you'll get the copy of the board order here in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Could be sooner than that, but we advise it could take up to 3 weeks for a decision to be made.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
All right, have a good day.
You too. an original hearing for Nathan Dittmer, offender number 162866. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
This one?
That's the one.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be taking testimony from you today. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
Through a scheduling review, the board set today's hearing with the expectation that you complete substance use treatment, cognitive behavioral therapy, and domestic violence classes. So we'll go through whatever progress you've made in those areas. I want to put your commitment offenses on record. You were committed to prison on a number of cases. Case 221-500-467, attempted possession with intent to distribute, third-degree felony. Case 221-500-400, violation of a protective order, Class A misdemeanor. 201-500-688, violation of a protective order, Class A misdemeanor. Possession of a controlled substance, Class A misdemeanor. Case 211-500-286, violation of protective order, third-degree felony. Case 211-500-556, possession or use of a controlled substance, Class A misdemeanor. Case 211-500-443, possession, Class A misdemeanor. 211-501-517, unlawful acquisition, possession of a financial card, third-degree felony, and DUI, third-degree felony. And the last case, 215-500-45, possession of a controlled substance, Class A misdemeanor. Well, the board has a copy of the offense summaries related to those cases. They were all included in the pre-sentence investigation. Did you get the opportunity to look through those?
I did, sir. Yes.
Is the information accurate regarding those cases?
Yeah.
Any clarifications or important information you think you need to provide regarding those?
No, I think they're pretty fair and accurate.
All right. Rather than me read through all the facts of those cases, it may be more beneficial to just go through that general time frame and you provide an explanation as to what was going on in your life, what led to these offenses.
Okay. I think it started in 2020, COVID. I lost my job. Actually started using meth again. And the wife just wasn't having my drug use. I've struggled with meth for numerous years. Get on it again, get sober, kind of thing. And that's when she put the protective order on me. I really didn't understand what a protective order was, coming from a relationship from 18 years. Like, we own a home, we have 2 kids, we had a farm with like 400 sheep. I didn't really understand what the protective order really entailed, so I kind of, being back on drugs, I just wasn't comprehending the actual protective order until the first time that I think I violated it. I pulled up to our house and, she was in her vehicle, I was in mine, and I kind of asked her, but then behind there was another person, a friend, I don't know, and I just talked to her about it, and she told me to get the hell out of here. She has to call the cops now, and was the very first violation. Because I just tried to talk to her about what was going on. We had a Christmas tree business, and these two were cutting trees, and I just didn't comprehend what an actual protective order. Being in a relationship for 18 years.
What's the status of that relationship now?
We're separated. I think she's moved on. She has a new boyfriend. We have kids. I've pretty much moved on. It's been almost 4 years now. I haven't talked to her.
How old are your kids?
They are 19 and 17.
And have you maintained a relationship with them?
The 19-year-old has moved to Alaska. She's moved out of the house. The 17-year-old, I talk to her on a daily basis because, you know, she's in wrestling. She's on, she's a senior now, so she's getting ready to go to state. She's doing really good. Just kind of disappointed I can't be there.
Now, you mentioned your meth addiction over the years.
Yeah.
How long have you been clean?
Going on, you know, I've been sober the whole time in prison. I think my last use was on the day I got arrested.
Any concern that you'll get out and go right back to it?
You know, with being around the environments, you know, going through the prison and things, I'm not interested anymore. You know, I don't have any interest in it. I've actually changed, you know, going through the program, the BRT program, helped me realize some of the things that I was missing out on. Being in prison helped me realize what I've been missing out on. You know, like take even the small things, you know, just being able to read to my daughter, being at her wrestling matches.
The board laid out those expectations for today's hearing. If you could go over what you've been working on, classes, programming, that type of thing.
I've completed just about everything that I can complete here. I've done the Inside Out Dad, the CBI, the anger management, financial literacy, relationships class. What is it? There's MRT. I think that all the certificates are in the blue packet. Yeah, just about everything that I can complete, I've finished. I've already have my high school diploma, so I couldn't take advantage of that situation.
Yeah, you have done well. I was looking at your institutional progress report. You've completed the classes the board would have expected. The board had received notification that you completed substance use treatment and then the other classes that you outlined, which means that when the board settles on a release date, whatever date that is, you'll get a 4-month time cut from that. Now, your guideline date's July 20th, 2025. So if the board was inclined to go with that guideline, you'd get a 4-month reduction from that.
Okay.
Are you willing to do parole if that's the direction the board goes?
Yes.
And then you provided a board packet which outlines your release plans. Has any of that changed?
No, I have, I'll be paroling to my mother's house in St. George. She has a room available for me. And it's not too far from Steps Recovery. So I've been in contact with them. They say, since I have so much clean time, I won't need the in-house treatment, that I can just do the IOP if it's required. So I have been in contact with them about things. I have a job lined up with the Ceramic Creations. And a truck, actually, the boss is going to give me a truck. So.
All right, well, sounds good. And you haven't had any disciplinary violations?
No, and actually, one thing, I am the head cook of the jail, so I make breakfast and lunch for this jail here. So
I bet that keeps you busy.
Hey, and I have 7 people under me, and that stress level from that, you know how people want to tell you how to cook the main menu, you know, it just, oh my God, you know, it's like, it can be stressful, but I think I've been doing that for about 35 days now. So I started at dishwasher. I don't know if you guys saw the letter on the back, the very last, it states, you know, that how I've been very manageable, willing to take tasks and keep the food on time and hot.
Yeah, they're gonna be sad to see you go. They have to find a new lead cook.
Yeah, and it's even kind of tough training the next guy because, he's trying to work his little job, but then you want him to pay attention. He's trying to throw his little quirks in. It's like, well, you gotta listen to the system first, And, and everybody has their emotional days, like, you gotta just be patient with people and have patience with myself, and just everybody's has their days.
Well, you have your history. The board will have to take that into consideration. A number of cases, a significant drug problem.
Yeah.
The board laid out those expectations for today's hearing. You have gone to some great efforts to show that you're making positive changes. You completed all the expected classes, programming, you're being productive. You appear to have a viable release plan, employment, residence with treatment. The IOP treatment sounds like it would be appropriate, given that you completed residential treatment while incarcerated. Now you need the follow-up upon release. So that sounds like a good plan that you have in place. I'll get all this information over to the board for their review. I don't make a decision in the matter. It's up to 5 board members.
Okay.
They'll deliberate over the next couple weeks, make their decision. Once they've determined that decision, they'll mail it out to you, and it'll outline everything that's expected moving forward. The release date, if it's parole, what the conditions are for your review.
All right.
All right, anything else before I conclude the hearing?
No, I just want to thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Yeah, well, thank you for being prepared for the hearing today and following through with those expectations from the board. And at this point, I'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Have a good day.
You too. Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Jesse Herring, offender number 184557. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Did you receive prior notice of today's hearing? Do you feel ready to proceed?
Yeah, I feel ready to proceed.
Did you get your disclosure packet?
Yes.
You read through that?
Yeah.
All right. I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing.
All right.
You had an original hearing scheduled in December. At that hearing, you requested the hearing be rescheduled.
Yeah.
Before you made that request, the hearing official went over case 231-500-739 with you. It's the assault by prisoner, third-degree felony. You provided an explanation as to how and why that case happened. We don't have to go through that again if you don't want to, but I'll leave that up to you. Do you want to talk about that case again?
No.
Okay. The main purpose of today's hearing is to go over what's occurred there at the facility. Looks like you're over there at the Beaver County Jail now. Have you been able to do any classes or programming or anything?
No.
Is that something you're interested in, or?
No.
All right. So you're just doing your time over there on the non-programming side of the jail?
Yeah.
Well, there is one positive. It doesn't look like you've had any recent disciplinary issues.
No, I've been pretty good.
Been able to stay out of trouble.
Yeah.
What do you plan on doing when you get out?
Probably going to the homeless shelter, get my Subaru out, and see my son.
Are you willing to do?
Go to work.
Oh, go to work?
Yeah.
What do you do for work, or what do you like to do?
I work on cars.
If the board's inclined to have you be released on parole, is that something you're willing to do?
Yeah.
All right. Now, with parole, there's certain parole conditions attached to it, certain things that you'd be required to do. There's some standard conditions of parole, just the basic things, checking in, not using drugs, following the law, that type of thing. You said you'd be released to you plan on going to the homeless shelter. Generally, if you don't have an address of record, they will have you transition through the halfway house.
All right.
Is that something you're willing to do?
Where's that at?
Well, there's various halfway houses. I don't know which one they'd have you go to.
All right.
Is it your hope to stay in the Salt Lake area?
No, St. George.
Oh, you want to move down south?
Yeah. Yeah, could I not do a halfway house?
Well, you don't have to, but the thing about it is you generally need an address, somewhere to go, somewhere to be released to.
I got one. I just haven't talked to my son's mom in a while. I'm just gonna go to this homeless shelter to get my mail there, probably for a week or so, and then go straight to my son's mom's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably just have to get a hold of somebody to make sure that they put the address on record. They can verify the address, make sure it's suitable.
Yep.
All right. Now, on top of the standard conditions of parole, there's some special conditions of parole that are sometimes added. Do you think you need any specific help with anything? Substance use, mental health, that type of thing?
No.
No. No concern that you might get out and use drugs or abuse alcohol or anything?
No, that's what gasoline's for. I don't need to do that.
How long have you been clean and sober?
29 months.
That's a pretty good amount of time.
Yeah.
All right. Anything specific that you'd like the board to know?
No.
Okay. What I do as a hearing officer is conduct hearings. I've asked some questions of you. So all of your answers to my questions today, I'll forward over to the board for their review. They'll also look at your disclosure packet, all the documents that were in there. And then they can make a decision as to how to proceed. You do have a 20-month guideline on this commitment offense. That guideline date passed in December.
Yeah.
So the board will take that into consideration that you're over your guideline. They'll consider whether or not you should be released on parole or something else.
Yeah.
But generally that process takes a couple of weeks. And then once they've determined the outcome, they'll mail you a board order, which will lay out all of the expectations moving forward.
All right.
All right. Anything else before I conclude the hearing?
Nope.
All right. Thank you for your time today.
All right.
We'll go ahead and conclude. Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Carlos Quintero-Valdez, offender number 262006.
Hoy día es la fecha y día estipulada para la audiencia del señor Carlos Manuel Quintero Valdez, número 262006.
That is you, correct, sir?
Y ese sería usted, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
¿Usted recibió hace por lo menos 7 días atrás un paquete de información para que usted pueda revisar?
Sí.
Yes.
I will be taking testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand, I will swear you in.
Vamos a estar tomando su declaración, así que vamos a proceder al juramento, por favor.
Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
¿Usted jura y afirma que lo que usted va a compartir el día de hoy va a ser la verdad, solamente la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
And as you are aware, we do have a Spanish-speaking interpreter present, Mr. Aguirre.
Y como usted sabe, tenemos un intérprete aquí, el señor Aguirre, para ayudarlo.
Sí.
Yes.
And I mispronounced your name, Mr. Aguirre. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worry. Aguirre, Aguirre, whichever works best for you, no?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Valdez, it is accurate that you do need an interpreter?
Señor Valdez, ¿es correcto que usted necesita un intérprete?
Sí.
Okay, the first thing that we are going to discuss today is your commitment offense.
Lo primero que vamos a discutir el día es la ofensa que usted ha cometido.
Okay.
You were committed to prison on case 211-912-152.
211-912.
152.
152. ¿Usted fue condenado bajo el caso 211-91-2152?
Sí.
That's correct.
Attempted aggravated kidnapping, first degree felony.
Que usted tuvo una tentativa de secuestro, que es una felonía de primer grado.
Sí.
Yes.
Possession of a dangerous weapon, third degree felony.
Posesión de un arma peligrosa, que es una felonía de tercer grado.
Yes, correcto.
Yes, that's correct.
Theft by receiving stolen property, third degree felony.
Y también ha sido acusado de recibir mercadería robada, que es una felonía de tercer grado.
Correcto.
That's correct.
And your final charge was aggravated assault, third degree felony.
Y su último caso de condena fue asalto agravado, que también es una felonía de tercer grado, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Yes, that's correct.
This offense occurred November 15th of 2021.
Entonces, estas ofensas ocurrieron el 15 de noviembre del 2021.
Así es.
Yes.
The board has a copy of the pre-sentence investigation which outlines the facts of the offense.
La Junta tiene una copia de los cargos que han sido levantados en su contra con relación a estas ofensas.
Okay.
Rather than me read through the facts of the offense, it would be more beneficial if you explained what happened that day and what you're responsible for.
Entonces, en vez de leer todo el documento, sería tal vez más beneficioso que usted pueda explicarnos un poquito de lo que sucedió ese día y de lo cual usted se siente responsable.
Ok, ese día por la tarde lo que sucedió fue que yo y mi novia tuvimos una discusión, entonces de allí pues llegó a un nivel más alto, pero nunca hubo golpes, solamente hubo una discusión. Ella se sintió mal, estábamos en casa de su amiga, o parte donde yo rentaba. Entonces cuando ella se empezó a sentir mal, entonces empezó como a vomitar, a sentirse mal de su estómago. Entonces yo le pregunté que si la quería que la llevara al hospital, ella me dice que sí. De ahí vamos al hospital y pues ahí sucedió todo. La enfermera, el doctor, llamaron a los...
Mr. Valdez, if you could take a pause for a second.
Yeah. Thank you. Sí, una pequeña pausa. Es más, if it's okay with you, I'm just going to explain to him that it's better if he gives me short bits of information rather than
Yes, go ahead.
That's what you were going to. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Si me cuentas todo el cuento, como que se hace un poquito más complicado, así que anda haciendo unas pequeñas pausas para darme la oportunidad de interpretar, ¿ok? Okay, perfecto. So, a recapitulation of what he said so far. Basically, he said that day he was with his girlfriend and they had a discussion, but it was basically only a discussion and it didn't really go into anything major other than that. But then his girlfriend started feeling badly and was not feeling well, I guess because of the intensity of the altercation, and they ended up going to the hospital where they met with some doctors and nurses. Llegaste al punto donde llegaron a ver a los doctores y las enfermeras.
Sí, entonces ella le dijo, pues, en los papeles está algo que le dijo que yo y ella teníamos un problema y que ella tenía miedo, entonces ahí fue donde ellos llamaron a la policía.
So basically, his girlfriend stated that that she was very scared of him, and that at that point in time, the doctors and the nurses proceeded to go ahead and call the police.
And as you are aware, Mr. Valdez, your version of what happened is different than what's in the official offense summary.
Entonces, como usted podrá saber, señor Valdez, su recolección de los hechos es diferente a la ofensa o a los cargos que nosotros tenemos en el registro que le comenté.
Sí, ella, cuando yo la llevé al hospital, ella no tenía su teléfono con ella, no tenía su ID con ella, entonces yo miré su bolsa en el carro, entonces yo agarro su teléfono, me lo echo en la bolsa, agarro su ID, también me la echo en la bolsa, y no, cuando llego donde está ella en el cuarto del hospital, pues no se lo entrego, solamente estoy ahí con ella cuando ya llegan los oficiales y me arrestan, pero...
Okay, gracias. So yes, when she got to the hospital, she did not have her purse or her telephone with her or her bag. So I grabbed her phone and her bag and I took them to her, but I did not give them to her at that moment.
Antes de eso, yo sé que en los papeles dice que ella dice que yo no la dejé salir de la casa, pero pues no sucedió eso, solamente estábamos allí. Si ella se hubiera querido ir, pues hubiera ido, pero
Yeah, I understand that in the documents it says that I was not allowing her to leave the house, and that is not true. If she had wanted to walk out, she could have just gone ahead and walked out. I did not detain her in any way.
It's also, she reported that you pointed a gun at her and threatened to shoot her. That's when she became sick.
Ella reportó que tú le apuntaste con un arma y ese fue el motivo por el cual ella se comenzó a alterar y sentir como si estuviera enferma.
Okay,
Amenazaste con matarla.
Okay, pues sí la amenacé de cierto modo, más nunca le puse el arma, pero sí se la enseñé el arma.
Yes, I did show her the gun, but I never pointed it at her, and I made an implied threat, but I never pointed the gun at her per se, but I did show her the gun.
And why did you do that?
¿Y por qué hiciste eso?
En verdad, yo lo sé, la verdad.
I don't even know myself.
Were you mad at her for some reason?
¿Estabas enojada con ella por algún motivo?
Ya estábamos alegando por unos mensajes, unos textos.
We were arguing about some texts.
And you were using methamphetamine heavily during this time?
¿Y tú estabas usando metanfetaminas con bastante intensidad o regularidad durante este tiempo?
Sí, por ese tiempo yo usaba drogas.
Yes, at that time I was using drugs, yes.
Have you had any contact with the victim since this happened?
¿Has tenido algún tipo de contacto con la víctima después de que esto sucedió?
No.
No.
Do you plan on having any further contact?
¿Y planeas tener algún tipo de contacto con ella?
La verdad, pues no.
Actually, no.
Where did you get the firearm?
¿De dónde conseguiste el arma?
Esa arma, pues a mí me la vendieron en la calle.
I purchased that gun on the street.
And if you could explain prior to this offense, what your life was like, where you were living, what you were doing for work, that type of thing.
Antes de esta ofensa, ¿me puedes indicar un poquito sobre tu vida? ¿Cómo era tu vida antes? ¿Qué estabas haciendo?
Pues cuando llegué aquí a los Estados Unidos, pues empecé a trabajar. Trabajaba en framing, tuve un par de trabajos framing, de sprinkles, y en esos dos tipos de trabajo me tocó trabajar solamente.
Basically, when I got here to the US, I started working. I was doing framing. ¿Cuál es el otro trabajo que dijiste?
Framing y haciendo yardas, componiendo el zacate, plantas.
Okay, and he was doing framing and he was also doing gardening. He was working with landscaping.
When did you come to the United States?
¿Cuándo viniste a los Estados Unidos?
El 2000, llegué a Estados Unidos para empezar el 2018. So,
The first time I arrived here was 2018.
Did you enter the United States legally or illegally?
¿Y entraste a Estados Unidos de forma legal o ilegal?
Ilegal.
Illegally.
Is it your understanding that there is a immigration detainer in place?
¿Tienes tú conocimiento de que hay una orden de detención de inmigración?
Sí, lo sé.
Yes, I do know this.
And do you anticipate you'll be removed from the country?
¿Y tú anticipas que vas a ser retirado, deportado del país?
Sí.
Yes.
Where do you plan on going?
¿Y dónde crees que vas a ir?
¿Dónde está mi familia? Con mi familia, a Sinaloa.
I'm probably going to go to Sinaloa, where the rest of my family is.
Any reason why you would return to the United States?
¿Algún motivo por el cual retornarías a Estados Unidos?
Pues por alguna razón, si yo volviera a Estados Unidos sería porque no pudiera estar en México, que tuviera problemas en México, que pudieran hacerme algo en México. Sería la única manera.
The only reason why I would come back to the States is if I couldn't remain in Mexico, or if I was under threat or something were to happen adverse to me in Mexico.
Did you have any other arrests prior to this case?
¿Y tú tuviste alguna otro arresto o convicción antes de esto?
Antes de este arresto, hacía como un mes antes, había tenido un arresto en el condado de Lehigh.
Basically, before having this arrest, about a month before, I'd had an arrest in the county of Ipac.
Sí, condado de Lehigh, algo así.
Nipa County or something to that effect.
Was that a possession case?
¿Y ese también fue un caso de posesión?
Me encontraron marihuana, sí, me encontraron un poquito de marihuana.
Yes, they stopped me with some marijuana.
Pero por la razón en que ellos me detuvieron fue porque cometí como una infracción de cuando iba manejando.
But the reason I was detained was because I committed a traffic violation.
Have you been able to do any classes or programming while in jail?
¿Y has podido hacer algún tipo de programa o capacitación mientras has estado en la cárcel?
Pues no hice nada de eso porque pues no entiendo el inglés y pues tampoco nunca me dijeron que podía hacer, que tenía que hacer algún programa. Estuve en la nueva prisión y de ahí me movieron aquí, a donde estuve por poco tiempo lo que he estado aquí en Beaver.
I was not informed, and also I do not speak any English, but I didn't know of any programs that were available. I was at the new prison before they brought me here.
Intenté hacer clases, pero los libros que dan para las tareas pues están en inglés y pues no las entiendo.
I try to do some classes or some training, but all the books that they provide are in English and I don't understand them.
You have a minimum 3-year sentence.
Tienes una sentencia mínima de 3 años.
A potential life sentence.
Y también una sentencia potencial de por vida.
Your guideline date is 45 months.
y tu fecha, digamos, guía es de 45 meses.
That date is August 15th of this year.
Y ese es el 15 de agosto de este año.
The board will take those time frames and dates into consideration.
Y la Junta va a tomar estas fechas en consideración.
There are 5 board members who will decide if and when you are released and under what conditions.
Hay 5 miembros de la Junta quienes van a determinar cuándo y si es que vas a ser liberado bajo fianza o en libertad condicional.
They will review all of the information that we've discussed today at your hearing, as well as the information in your disclosure documents.
Van a revisar toda la información que hemos cubierto el día de hoy, como también la información que está en el paquete de información que recibiste.
Okay.
Once they've determined what the outcome should be, they will mail you a board order, which will outline everything that's expected moving forward, including a release date if they put one in place.
Entonces, una vez ellos tomen una determinación, vas a recibir una orden por escrita de la determinación que ellos han tomado, como también todas y cualquiera de las instructivas condicionadas para que tú puedas ser liberado.
Okay.
I would anticipate that whatever release date the board puts in place, it'll be contingent on you being released to that immigration detainer.
Supongo yo, creo que cualquier fecha determinada por la Junta también está sujeta a esa orden de detención que tú tienes de migración. Así que eso para que lo tengas presente.
Okay.
The board should be able to make their decision within the next 3 weeks, and they will mail you a copy of that decision.
Y la Junta debería tomar su decisión entre las próximas 2 a 3 semanas y ellos te van a hacer llegar por correo su determinación.
Do you have any other information you would like to provide today?
¿Tienes alguna otra información que quisieras proveer o compartir el día de hoy?
No, pues no.
No.
Solamente pues que quiero pedirles una disculpa, un perdón por lo que sucedió y a lo mejor pues eso sucedió por haber andado drogado, porque por lo que empezó la discusión, pues es algo que pues no trae, es algo, no sé cómo llamarlo, pues es algo que no tenía no era razón para haber hecho lo que hice, pero lo he hecho.
Basically, I just wanted to say that I extend my apologies. It's something that I don't, the only thing that I can think of why it happened was because I was under the influence of drugs, because otherwise that would not have been my normal way of acting or operating. So just my apologies for that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Valdez. Thank you, Mr. Aguirre, and we will go ahead and conclude the hearing.
Muchas gracias entonces, señor Valdez. Me agradece a mí también y con eso concluimos la audiencia. All right?
Okay, muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Robinson, thank you. Have yourself a